duty, folks. That's today. Hi, welcome back to Tales from Beyond Crow Lane. We missed ya. How nice to have you here in our gothic home once again. We're going to start the same way we always do with some introductions. Hello, my name is Reed. You can find me on TikTok and Hive at DNT5E, on Twitter, Instagram, and Tumblr at Snail5E, and on Twitch at The Gamer Snail. I'm your humble dungeon master today, and I have the honor of being joined by some very talented people who are about to introduce themselves, starting with Mara.
Hey everybody, I missed you so much. My name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at College of Lord Dropout, or Lord Dropout. I don't know which social media sites are which, so good luck. You can also find my articles by searching my name, and that's me. I love you. Mwah.
Thank you, Mara. I love you too. Passing it over to Diana.
Hello, I'm Diana. You can find me most places on the internet at Sapphic Stregonona or just Sapphic Strega, and not in Old Bridge, New Jersey on the night of the pasta incident, okay? Was I in Old Bridge last week? Yes. Was I there the night that all of the pasta, mysteriously appeared in the woods?
What's your alibi, Diana?
I that evening I was alone in my room and no one else in my family was home. But my dog saw me. My dog saw me and they hung out with me the whole time. I'm just saying. These allegations are getting out of control. It's anti-Italian. It's, anti-Stregonona, and, I will not stand for it personally.
Interesting. Well, we're going to pass it over to Jess while I still look at Diana with a little bit of a suspicion in my eye.
Hi folks, I'm Jess. You can find me on the internet at Seriously, and you know what? I admit it, it was me. I am the spaghetti guy.
You
Because
believe.
you guys are too good at interrogation. I just
I have no idea.
You broke while someone else was being interrogated.
Alright, it was me. Okay, goodbye.
New allegations are flying, and I'm going to pass it over to TT before things get too crazy.
Hello, I'm TT. I go by they, any pronouns. You can find me at TT Brat and everything. And I'm here to play D&D with Dyscalculia, so that is fun.
What do you have to say about
What
your
is
wife
that?
committing a crime, TT?
I mean, I helped her make all the pasta, so...
The double
A lot of
admission!
acting.
Everything we do together.
Hopefully passing it over to somebody who's not related to this criminal offense, Bree.
Hi everyone, I am Bree, and I am definitely not the criminal mastermind of the pasta mafia.
That was convincing enough for me. Last but certainly not least, James.
Hi everybody, I'm James. You can find me on TikTok at NiceOneJames and on Twitter and Instagram at TTRPGay. You can also find me at your local Ren Fair cheering for the joust as if my life depended on it.
And not at all related to the pasta?
No, I was just at the Ren Fair. I didn't get the memo that we were doing pasta crime. So I was at the local Ren Fair eating a lot of food and cheering for
Eating
Bloodsport.
pasta?
No, they don't serve that at the Ren Fair, but they probably should because they think that would be nice.
That would be nice.
I'm just here to talk about the Ren Fair, so...
Well, thank you everybody for introducing yourselves. We're going to do some announcements, including that starting on this upcoming Wednesday, on this week, you can join us for a brand new small-scale tale, Whispering Heart. It's going to be great. So be there. It's going to be VJ's DM premiere on the Tales channel. So come root them on and then see how this story unfolds. This next weekend, you can join us for our usual full week of programming with Tales from the Starlight Ocean and Tales from Beyond Crow Lane. And then the week after, you can join us for the finale of Tales from the Hearth Starfarers. That's right, there's one more episode. You have one more chance to catch this story live before it all comes shattering down. Did you have been thinking about that the whole time I was talking about announcements?
It was pretty good.
Thank you so much. If you would like to support us, there's so many places for you to do that. First of all, you can subscribe to us on Twitch to unlock some awesome emotes. They're crow themed. I think you'll like them. You can join us on Patreon at patreon.com/starlighttales. It's a new month, so we've got new things that are being posted, and I hope that you enjoy them. I would give you a sneak peek, but I don't remember what they are. But it's going to be great, and you're going to like them. So be sure to subscribe to patreon.com/starlighttales so that you can catch all of the cool things that Jess and James and the rest of the cast have up their sleeves. You can also support us by buying some dice. If you go to Die Hard Dice and use code STARLIGHT10, you can get 10% off your order, and that 10% goes to us, your local friendly gay people. Hi, we're gay. I know, surprising. Are those all of our announcements? Merch, we got merch. You can buy that too. You can support us there. You can subscribe to us on YouTube. You can follow us on Twitter and TikTok. One day we won't have an underscore in our handle. Today is not that day. Anything else? Great. Well, without further ado, we're going to pass it over to the intro. We'll be right back. And we're back. Let's do a recap of the episode that happened so long ago. All of our crows woke up with a little bit of a hangover due to, all of the drinking that they did the night before. Some of them just drinking related hangovers, some of them nightmare related hangovers, and some of them weird conversations with the crown related hangovers. But regardless, they woke up ready to start the day anew. Riva and Rodella had a bit of a heart-to-heart that was interrupted by Ward, who started filling in the group on the plans that she had, then realized that Riva had been stringing her along, got rightfully upset about it, and stormed off, mad. The siblings, Tennant, Nadette, Ruby, and Rose all had a conversation about what their plan was and what they wanted to do going forward. They had a plan to meet up for another meeting later that afternoon before bringing a big family meeting all together, but had things that they wanted to do individually first. This included Tennant going to go talk to Ward, Ruby going to go talk to Riva, James going, nope, Rose going to the Academy of Arts to do some research, and Nadette doing the very thing that she promised they weren't going to do, by talking to the crown and making a deal with it. When the siblings all gathered back together, Nadette very quickly revealed that this is what they had done, and everybody was rightfully upset with them and kicked them out of the meeting. The rest of the siblings squad sat and talked about a plan while Nadette went off to go find Ward. And that is where we are going to pick up for today's episode. Nadette, you storm off of this boat, off of Tennant's boat, trying to find Ward. Are you just wandering around until you find them? Do you have sort of reason or rhyme?
I mean, Nadette saw... Oh my god, I knocked my glasses off my face. Nadette saw Riva at the bar earlier. Did she see Lawrence there? Or Ward? Excuse me.
No, Ward was not at the bar.
Okay, then, yeah, we'll probably just, like, wander around,
Sure.
see what she can see.
Yeah,
See
make me
if she
an
can find them.
investigation check.
Absolutely, positively. Oh, okay, so that is a 14 plus... Oop, that's my girlfriend Sam's character sheet. That's a 18.
Great. You do manage to find Ward, who was trying not to be found, but rolled a 2. Ward, who's kind of wedged herself in between 2 different boats on the docks, and is just kind of skipping rocks in the Astral Sea still. This time has a new canteen.
Aww. Perfect. Nadette is going to come up and wait until a new rock is skipped, and then is gonna minor illusion another rock to like break off of it and skip just as much.
Ward kind of whips her head around.
Hello.
Hi.
Can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure.
Right. I like your canteen, by the way. Looks good.
Thanks, it's new.
Yeah. Did Tenant actually ask you? We had to practice him asking. If
Ask
you could
me
get
for what?
to get Ruby's canteen back.
No, he didn't ask.
Okay, well. That's not...
Is that what
That's
you
not
were
the
here to
point.
talk to me about?
No,
Okay.
I have done something ridiculous. I admit this. Impulsive, 100%. Stupid, probably. Would I take it back? Not in a million years. I made a deal with the Crown so no one else in my family would have to, and now I want to brainstorm how to not get out of it, because I think the deal is a bad one. Kind of on purpose, kind of because I don't know how to make a deal. But you can blame my family for not letting me ever do anything with the family business for that one. But anyways, I think I am the perfect person for this Crown to target, that we can destroy it, so I've done that. Surprise. Everyone's so mad at me about it. And I just feel like you should know, and or have advice, or just like... I don't think we necessarily need to strategize about it. I just feel like you're the one who needs to know what's going on, because I think you're the only competent one here right now. So that's that. How are you?
You made a deal with the Crown.
Yeah, I did. Mm-hmm.
What was the deal?
I wanted to be able to take care of my brother, be like a knight in shining armor. Because, you know, they do that for everyone else, and I think it's time someone did it for him. But, in exchange to, like, get my mother to somewhere that they wanted to go. I don't even remember now. I mean, I'll think about it. But, without killing any of the Crown's followers. That was the deal.
What were the
More or less.
exact words of the deal, Nadette?
Exact words. Alright, let's see. Okay. Let's see, that's the wrong note. Okay, I'm just asking for the ability to be my brother's guardian until the end of his life. Let me be there for him, take hits, anything. I will get her to Merc Hollow without any of your followers dying. I amended to without her killing any of your followers. Yeah, you will grant me the ability to keep watch over my brother for the rest of his life, and I will get my mother to Merc Hollow without murdering any of your followers. Then we have a deal, then we shook on it. Those were the exact words. It's a bad deal, I recognize that fully, but I didn't really have time to plan, so...
Do you intend to follow through on this deal?
Probably. I mean, I'm gonna try and get my mother to Mokolo without murder.
Then, we have no more to discuss.
Right, so you're mad at me too then about this. Just double check.
I can't help you.
Right, that's all I needed to know. Can I help you with anything?
Why?
Because that's the only thing I do for this family is help out. So what can I do for you?
Doesn't really seem like you're helping right now, does it?
Yeah, well. The thing is, if your family every day for 27 years says, stay behind, don't worry about it, we've got this, watch the kids, it starts to sound an awful lot like we don't need you. And, if someone has to take a crown, and they're all really good at doing things without me, might as well be me, so I can continue to sit on the sidelines and they can, do what they do best, which is save the day without me, and I'll stay out of the loop with the crown. Foolproof plan, right?
I don't think we don't need you means submit yourself over to an evil god and dead.
No, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean...
Oh, you're not? Now you've decided you're not.
No, okay, everyone keeps interrupting me before I finish my thoughts, and I'm really getting sick of it, okay? I do have things that I would like to say, and they come in 2 parts, and people keep interrupting before I get to the second part. If someone has to have an evil crown on their person, why would it be someone the family, really needs, like Riva or Ruby or Rose to strategize, and those 3 really need Rodella and Tennant, to keep from falling apart? And if someone has to sit on the sidelines not knowing anything, been trained for that my whole life, so might as well be me. Helping. They figure out the plan. I let the crown do what it does. Hopefully not, fight it a little bit. Put up a good show, and then they'll figure out how to destroy it, because there's no doubt in my mind that my family won't figure it out. They are the most capable people in the world. I do not see a situation in which they do not come out on top. And so I will wait patiently with an evil crown on my head, and they will figure it out. And that's that.
Just kind of cocks her head. Like she's trying to figure you out.
A lot of people have tried. None have succeeded.
Yeah,
so,
you're a bit confusing.
Thank you. I try really hard.
I don't know if that was a compliment.
Yeah.
Listen. I'm not an expert in your family, clearly. But staying back and watching the kids, I imagine, is a quite important job.
It is. Yes, it is. And there's others who can do that, who haven't had to watch their family pick up the pieces without them.
I don't know what else I have to offer you, Nadette.
That's fine. I don't need anything. I mostly just wanted you, of all people, to know what's going on. Because you know the most, and I don't know. I don't know how gods work. I really just read about them in a book and intellectualized my way out of any belief in them, but if... I don't know, if you open a direct line to Zirian or whatever the fuck, then Zirian also now knows my intentions are good and pure, perhaps. I don't know. It's like in the stories when it's like, you must have good ideals to pass the thing to get the, whatever the fuck. So that's what I'm doing, and why I'm telling you. And yeah.
Well, thanks for telling me.
Yeah. Have you had a more complicated mission than this before, just out of curiosity?
Yes.
So then this is a piece of cake.
Doesn't mean that the more complicated mission wasn't. I'm talking in circles. Doesn't make this a piece of cake in a day.
No. Comparatively, though.
Still no.
Comparatively. Okay. Well,
More like a
I'm...
pile of nails and then like a slightly bigger pile of nails.
Sorry, lost in the analogy. Is this a slightly bigger pile or the slightly smaller pile of nails, comparatively?
Just the regular size pile of nails.
See, you're mixing your metaphors one more time. The instance that was more complicated and this one. Which is the bigger pile of nails?
The one that's more complicated.
Okay, so this is the little one. Okay, so you just build a smaller house.
It's not that it's smaller, it's that the other one's bigger.
Right. So you just build a smaller house out of those nails and everything's fine.
I'm gonna go back to skipping rocks.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I want you to know that, for better or for worse, you're kind of part of this family, and I'm sorry for all that baggage that comes with that. That's all. I'm gonna go get yelled at by my family members again, probably. Maybe yell back. I don't know. We'll see where the day takes us.
Have fun.
I will. Or I won't. I don't know. Everything's happening. It's gonna be fine. My family are the most capable people in the entire galaxy. Everything's gonna work out.
Sure.
I'll have enough hope for both of us. Don't worry. I'm gonna head on out.
You turn, you walk maybe 2 feet, and you are met with Ruby.
You wanna
Hi.
go for a walk?
Sure, yeah. How are you so good at sneaking in the woods and in the city? It does not make sense. 2 different materials on the ground.
A lot of practice. Woods are harder. There's, branches, dry leaves, things like that.
Yeah, I suppose. Where are we walking to, or is this more like a walk sisterly advice?
Oh, just a
kind
wrap
of
around.
thing.
We'll just go around the block a couple times.
Yeah, lead the way.
We'll kind of just start heading off, like, trying to avoid, like, bigger crowds of people so they have a little bit of privacy. So, is there anything that you, care to share that you didn't get the chance to before?
Yeah. A lot. But not things that you, have angered me enough to say yet. Or to hear yet. Keep those things locked up a little bit longer.
If you'd like, I can try to piss you off. Come on, this is the last time that I'm talking about feelings for the next 6 months. So, train's leaving the station.
I don't see a way in which it makes sense for anyone else to deal with the brunt of this than me. And it sounds selfish of me to say, and I'm trying to be the most selfless I have been, which is saying a lot because I think the one thing I have been time and time again for this family is selfless, and the one time I do something selfish and fall in love, it's used as a tool against me. And so I'm, once again, I told everyone a year and a half ago, don't touch the fucking thing, put it back in a box, let's forget about it. And did anyone listen to me? No, and now I'm gonna clean up those pieces. And sorry, I'm everywhere right now.
You're right. I don't know if anyone said that to you yet. But when you told us we should just lock it away and forget about it. We didn't take it seriously, and you were right.
It's amazing how often that happens, and yet here we are.
That I'm not gonna lie. I am very angry with you right now.
That's fine.
Possibly the angriest I've ever been with you.
That's impressive.
Yeah. You've done a lot of shit to piss me off over the years. This one really is top of the pile. You've reached new heights. I'm impressed.
Is this, even angrier than when I put live frogs in all of your shoes?
That one is a close second, I'll admit, but I think this one's still on top.
Good to know where I stand.
Yeah. Unless, of course, we get back to the boat and you've put more frogs in my second pair of boots. Then we'll have an issue.
Don't remember most of last night, so I'm not going to make any promises about it.
Alright. I'm not... Yes, I'm angry with you for taking a risk because I never want to see you in any more danger than you have to be.
I know.
But the debt. For the last 3 days, Ithios hasn't even had to do anything, has barely had to tug at the thread holding us all together, and we've started to unravel. We have lined up the dominoes for him, and now all it's going to take is a light breeze to just tip them over. And I understand that lying and clever manipulations, that's your weapon. Same way Rose has her magic, Tennant has his guns, I have my bow. That's how you get what you want. We don't use those weapons on family. And maybe you're right. If you'd come to us and told us your plan, we probably would have all said, absolutely not, no. You're not doing that. You're not wrong about it. But right now, we've peeled back the wallpaper to discover that our foundation is cracked further than any of us ever realized. And you choose now to drop an elephant on it.
Ruby, I want you to look me in my eyes right now and tell me that to solve that problem, you wouldn't rather have Rose or Riva than me at your side.
I just cycled through all the R names that are not your name, because your name doesn't even start with an R. Nadette, I can't afford to think like that right now. The minute that we start doing that kind of math, the minute that we start quantifying whose help, whose safety is more valuable in this situation, then I think we've lost something.
I hear you. And yet that math has been done every time this family goes out, and it always comes up that I stay. Every time.
I know that you feel left behind. I'm not gonna make excuses. Alright. You're my baby sister. Part of me is always gonna look at you and see my baby sister. Part of me is always gonna want to lift you out of whatever trouble you found yourself in, even if you're kicking and screaming at me that you don't want to be helped. And yeah, maybe that needs to change. But all of us running around, running off on our own, making private deals, not speaking to one another, convinced that whatever we're doing is right, that is what has fucked us time and time again.
And that's what I'm saying, Ruby. That is my point.
And so you've gone off and done it?
Because you all need to provided. You've made me lose my words. I don't even know how that's physically possible. You all need to provide a strong front, and you need someone to not know what's happening and to let the crown think it's winning. Okay?
I think it should be... By that math, Nadette, it should have been me. All I do is shoot things, and there's no target that I can hit right now without hitting my fucking mother.
Ruby, I'd say all the time that I'm the backbone of this family, but it's you. It always has been, Ruby. Don't give me that. You have quietly supported from the sidelines, and you have demanded nothing in return. And I don't care if that's because you're too afraid to ask for it, you're too ashamed to fight for what you deserve, I don't care, but you have quietly supported this family from the beginning. You have always been an ear, you have always been ready for a fight. You are the one they need right now, more than anything.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Like I said, Nadette, when we start doing that kind of math, that's just not something I'm willing to do.
We're acting like this is a final calculation. I'm literally going to take a crowd and sit on a bench and wait for you all to solve this, and we're gonna figure it out.
And if we don't...
You're gonna figure it out.
And if we don't... Nadette.
That's the math we shouldn't be doing. And if we don't. Because we always do. And sure, maybe we'll come out a little bit more bruised and battered than we have in the past, but we've picked up those pieces before.
Look. I want to go into this family meeting with you at my side.
I want to be there.
Look, what's done is done. You shook hands with that thing. The only way that we can move is forward. And Tennant is pissed, and Rose is pissed, and the mums are gonna be pissed. And frankly, I'm pissed. But if we're gonna do this, if you want to be a part of this team, and you are already, you don't need to prove that to me or anyone else, but if you want to actually function as a part of this team, you cannot go off and do something like that again. Please. And I can't come up with some clever wording or something like that the way that you can, the way that Rose can. I can't account for every possible interpretation of my words. So I'm just asking you to please not dig yourself any deeper until we can figure out what to do next. I am scared for you. And if I am scared, I can't do my job.
I promise I will not intentionally dig myself deeper. But I need
Thank
a
you.
promise from you too.
Right.
And that's that you, or anyone in this family, if them seeing me as the baby comes before saving everyone, that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna throw myself in front of a speeding train. I'm going to be smart. I'm going to... Let me do what needs to be done, should there be I need to be done. That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying there will be. I'm not saying... I'm not just... Let me do what I'm good at.
Need, a true need, I will not stand in your way. And I will have your back.
Okay. It's all I've been asking for 27 years.
Well, got a meeting to go to.
I think at this meeting, maybe not this is the time, but when it is the time, you need to demand the respect you deserve. And I will have your back then. And you're going to get it. Because I refuse to let you or anyone else think you are not the backbone of this family.
Thank you. God. All right. Well, that's enough of that.
Nope, I feel like I still get 30 more seconds of feelings from you.
Sure. You can have 25. What
Better say I love you real quick then.
What feelings do you want me to? What are you?
You better say I love you. And I'm gonna say it back. But you have to start it.
I love you.
I love you too. See how nice that
All
was?
right.
I'm gonna give Ruby a big hug.
All right. Kind of very, stiff, but eventually kind of melts into it a bit.
Hold your shoulders, steps back. Buri, you're the best of us, and we're gonna make it through. And I'm gonna make probably more stupid decisions, and you're gonna make more stupid decisions, and we both know Tenet is gonna make way more stupid decisions than both of us combined, but we're gonna get through it. It's really true.
Yeah. Not a lot going on up there.
And with two younger siblings ragging on their older brother, we will leave Ruby and Nadette there. Bree, I believe you said you had something that you wanted to do before the meeting.
Yes, I would like to try to find Ruby Sr.
Yeah. You looking in the bar? You looking around town? Where are you looking?
I think I'm gonna... The last time I saw Ruby Sr., she would have been having drinks with Rodella. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
that was last night.
But I think that Riva would be looking for Ruby Sr. around the siren.
Sure. Go ahead and make me an investigation check. See if you can find your mom.
Find moms. It's an 18.
What a great find moms check. Yeah. Ruby Sr. Somehow convinced Piper to make her breakfast. And so has some sunny side up eggs and hash brown potatoes in front of her. And the two of them are having a breakfast meal together with a cup of coffee, a big mug of coffee and two mugs in between them, and Piper behind the bar, and Ruby Sr. sitting at the bar. She's the only customer there right now, and it looks like they're just about finishing up their breakfast.
I think seeing the scene laid out, I think Riva steels herself, takes a deep breath, and then times her approach. So when the last sort of clink of that fork is put down, and as conversation sort of dies down, I think you hear the distinct clatter of Riva's boots as she walks on over.
Piper's head immediately flicks in your direction. Ruby Senior's doesn't, and very, very much takes her time finishing the mug of coffee, putting it back on the table, wiping her mouth with a napkin, like folding the napkin, putting the napkin back on the table, putting the silverware back on the plate, like sliding the plate over to Piper before she turns around and looks at you. Good morning.
Good morning. I need your advice. But in exchange, I owe you the truth.
You don't ever owe me anything, Riva. Did I cut out? Let me say that again. You don't ever owe me anything, Riva. But I'll take it if you'll give it. Thank you so much for breakfast, Piper. Kind of like clasps one of Piper's hands in between her own. And Piper takes that as it's time for me to go, and kind of just like walks away and goes up, like grabs like a dirty rag and goes upstairs to the next deck to start swabbing tables. Ruby Sr. kind of pats the bar next to her, kicks out a stool with her foot.
I take the stool, I put my hands on the bar, and you can see there's a little bit of a shake, a little bit of a tremor. And I face the bar, not facing Ruby Sr. directly. When you left, he replaced you with a woman named Frances the year after. And the year after that, they had Sloane. When you were gone, I did everything I could to make him respect me. Anything and everything. I did. You know how he was. But I did it. I did it, and I was proud. And at a certain point, I realized that we could be so much more. That we could do so much more. There's a point where I stopped fearing him. And I started seeing him for how small he was. When he disappeared, when he left, Lawrence and I, we've always had our differences. But she wanted to keep things the way they were under him, and I wanted to make changes. We fought. We fought. You know how you would always make me promise to look after Bernadette. I couldn't fulfill that promise. Lawrence took her. And she killed her. And then I took Lawrence. And I killed her. I think you can see Riva's hands shaking, and she's not making eye contact with Ruby Sr., with her mother. Sorry for not fulfilling my promise. I'm sure you've heard over the past year. But I've found it difficult to tell you. When I killed Lawrence, there was crew that she had. And I gave them mercy. I told them I'd give them 100 gold coins to take the gold and leave and never come back. But I believe I severely underestimated the value of honor in one's word. And 21 years later, they took Tenet. They took Tenet. And they hurt him. For all of these years, been 50 years since you've left. I've been guided by two things. One, my own sins of not fulfilling my promises. And I've been haunted by not being able to leave enough such that when I go, I want to make sure my own kids have nothing to fight, don't have to fight each other. The second is I want to make sure that if there's anybody, anything out there that can hurt them, I want to take care of it. So imagine my surprise when something wearing Lawrence's body comes to my own home, representing a threat. And now there's something else. Something else that is threatening our family. I need your advice. I need your help. There are two powers at play right now. And I don't know if I can fight them both at the same time.
Thank you for your honesty. If you are constantly looking behind you, thinking about the things that you've done in the past, and constantly looking forward at the things that may or may not threaten you and your family, there is none of you that is left in the present moment, is there? You know, I used to duel. And the way I got so good wasn't by being the strongest or the biggest. Wasn't by being the most strategic or the smartest. It was twofold. Refusing to second guess myself for the decisions that I had made in the fight leading up to that moment, and refusing to focus so much on what the person in front of me might do so that I could see what they were actually doing.
How am I supposed to see what they're actually doing when I can literally feel their thorns growing into me?
Her eyes kind of flicker up toward the crown and flicker back down to you. That's what they're doing, aren't they? Digging their thorns into you. It's a fear tactic, is it not? A show of power. When you killed Lawrence, you didn't do it quietly, did you? So why would it? It suits you. Gold has always been your color.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like the captain's hat fits me better.
I like the ruby.
What do you mean by that? I feel like you would have been sick of rubies after how much time you spent in one.
It's not that I saw them often in there. It's a nice reminder that I was meant to shine.
Just because a pair of chains are shiny doesn't mean they aren't a pair of chains. Did you love him?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you still love him?
I don't think so. It's hard to remember someone for what you knew them to be when other people have told you what they knew them to be as well. It all gets lost in the words of it all.
Fair enough. We're multifaceted, aren't we?
Yeah, you could say that again.
I need your advice on one more matter.
Sure.
I feel like I never had to worry about you when I was a child. But now, funny thing has happened. Over the years, I used to be worried about what Tennant was up to, what kind of business Ruby was getting into, what shenanigans, buffoonery Nadat was getting into, and you know, I was always worrying about them. But now, I think they're starting to worry about me. And I don't know exactly how I feel about that. Your daughter is getting old as fuck. I need to figure out a way to get them to stop worrying about me.
You know, I used to dread getting older. You wear it quite well.
It's easy for you to say when you've had a 50-year spa date inside a ruby.
I wouldn't entirely call it that.
Sun shines, captaining a ship, sailing, worry-free.
Stockholm Syndrome and, you know.
I'm just saying I wouldn't mind being stuck in a ruby for a little bit.
Well, you do grow to love it. Listen, if they're worrying about you, it's probably for good reason.
To this, Riva's like eye twitches.
And I'm sure you know what the reason is.
Because I haven't killed enough gods yet. Is that what it is?
Probably.
Thank you. Focus on the present.
Focus on the
Take
present.
that advice to heart.
And let your kids worry about you. You've worried about them for so long, I presume. Give them a chance. I think Riva is just going to give her mom a little arm squeeze. Get up and just say, I'll see you back on the ship. When?
I think we'll meet. We'll plan to leave the planet within the next day or two.
And your ship or tenants?
Mine. I like this one.
Okay. I'll be around.
There's a memorial of Bernadette over that way. I think you'd like to see it.
Thank you.
And I think Riva will leave.
As the crows begin to gather, Rose and Tennant start heading their way over from Tennant's boat to the Siren. Begin scene.
Curtains rise. I think for like this whole walkover, Rose has been really quiet, but they're doing this thing that doesn't happen very often where she's like nervously flowering, and there's like flowers that are appearing and then they're getting covered in frost, and then the frost is melting and then the flowers are falling and then new flowers are coming, and it's just sort of this cycle. And I think Rose also like holding onto Tennant's hand has been like fucking with one of his rings this whole walk. And then after just like a long period of silence goes, do we know what we're saying when we get in there? Because we were going to have a meeting and then sort of left more scrambled than when we went in.
Yeah, we need to get to Mark Hollow, and we need to let Mum think that it's her idea.
Okay. Isn't that where the Crown wants us to go?
I don't know. I'm one of the few who haven't spoken to it.
Very friendly. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
All I know is that that's where it can be destroyed, so that's where we're going.
Right. Okay. We have to make sure she doesn't kill any of Vithios's followers. That time.
Yep, do my best.
Is there anything else we should bring up, I think?
Nothing we don't want the Crown to know.
Okay. Great. Sounds like a plan, then.
Yeah, Tennant has also been very, very quiet. Not in a cold shoulder way, just in a completely drowning in their own thoughts way, and just hasn't even noticed the flowering.
Yeah.
Gaze mostly fixed on the path ahead, but not really looking at you. And is doing their best to reach the siren before their sisters so they can give the same debrief.
Valid. I think Rose doesn't say anything else. Just squeezes your hand a little bit, I think.
Squeeze back.
I think the sisters pull up after a couple minutes, probably.
I think the instant Nadette is in sight, that, like, Rose's face instantly kind of settles into that, like, very, like, feigned disinterest, like, courtly mask of neutrality. And the frost kind of stays on those
I think
flowers.
Ruby puts, like, doesn't, like, step in front of Nadette, but just kind of, like, angles herself so her shoulder is just a little bit in front of theirs.
Yeah.
Just a little.
I don't think Rose is even looking at Nadette. Truly.
Right, are we ready to go in there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this purpose of this meeting is to get everyone to Merc Hollow, right? There can be no talk of the Crown, what we're trying to do with it, because for all we know, it's listening to every word. I need you to remember that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Just
Won't be a problem for me. I'm not going to say much anyway.
probably let Mum do most of the talking, nod and smile.
Listen.
No.
I do think if we let Mum do most of the talking, the Crown's gonna immediately know something's up. I think we actually have to, like, bicker a little bit, keep up pretenses, right? Because if we're like, oh yeah, what a brilliant idea, Mum, the Crown's gonna be like, you've never agreed with your mother once in your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, do whatever you think.
Perfect. I'm going to put up such a fight about it. But don't worry, I'll agree in the end.
Okay, ready?
I think as you guys are about to walk in, Rodella steps
Oh,
up.
you're very quiet, my friend.
Come over here, my
Hello.
love. Come share this mic with me.
Yeah, I think as you guys are about to step inside, Rodella steps up from behind you.
Behind, like
Like,
out
I
of the
was-
siren, or
No, I was not in the siren.
okay. You see your son, freshly shaven, with long hair pulled back in a ponytail, with the most ferocious wall in front of their eyes, holding back just so many things. And it's maybe a face you haven't seen on your son in about 10 years.
So I think the instant Rodella sees the clean shave, Rodella opens her mouth to say something and then kind of stops. And anyone looking at Rodella, like, her eyes are fixed on Tennant. And she looks at you for just a little bit too long, without speaking, without breaking eye contact, without even blinking. And is immediately taken back to the face that she saw once on the screen during the ant farm and didn't look at it again. I think Rodella's going to do a little bit, like, I don't know what this would be, like, perception, insight check on Tennant, because something looks weird. And she's trying to pinpoint what it is, besides the fact that he's lacking the dad stash. Okay, so that was a 17. What exactly does Rodella pick up from this? Like, what looks off to Rodella?
That's not a me answer. That's a you answer.
Me or TT?
I'm asking you what looks off. to
You
Rodella.
being Jess.
Me?
Yes.
With a 17, I think the thing that is most recognizable to you is that, like, something is wrong, and you probably pick up on, like, strange tension between, like, the siblings, which is odd because they're usually about as a united front as you and your wife are. And then there's this horrible, like, recognition associated with, like, the look in his eye. And I think your mind taps into the fact that, like, the recognition is too strong. And he looks too recognizable and too much the same. And looks younger than you ever remember him being.
Like, physically.
There's just a broken youth in their face that you just haven't seen in a very long time.
Okay. Yeah, I think Rodella kind of scans your face for a little bit longer and starts kind of, like, tracing the familiar lines of your face, and notices that without the beard and without, like, the gray kind of encompassing your face, yeah, you're looking, you don't have as many lines as she expected you to have beneath the beard.
I think Tennant feels you look at him as he approaches, won't quite meet your eye, kind of like gives a nod in your direction, and then feels the fact that your gaze hasn't wavered from them and kind of looks up at you again and is like, hi.
Hi.
We're just heading in, so.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Before we, sorry,
1 minute. Before we go in there and start, arguing with one another, I'm gonna say something right now before we go in and chat with Mum. This is the argument that I know that we all want to have with each other right now, all right? Steps kind of in the middle of this, awkward circle of everyone. Constantly goes off alone and tries to do everything herself and can't ask for help. Points to Tennant. Can't fucking sit down for more than 5 minutes. Points to Nadette. Impulsive, flies off the handle at the drop of a hat. Points to Rose. Self-sacrificing and won't take no for an answer. Points to Rodella. Fucking enabler. We all know it's true. And points to the siren. And Mom's acting like she's already damned. Alright. I know that. You know that. We all know this. And I know that we all want to shout at one another and cry at one another and have it out. Alright? But, I'm gonna need everybody to take a page out of my book and fucking stow your shit for the foreseeable future. Because from now on, we move as a unit or we do not move at all. Am I understood?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Fantastic. Turns on her heel and walks into the siren.
I think Rose, just like a little chip in that front, just reflexively looks at Rodella and goes.
I think Rodella looks back, but Rodella is very much in the state of there's almost a little bit of relief. That it's like, okay, we're not gonna have it out right now. She just looks very tired. And
Sure.
Really
also, just a reminder to everyone, Rose's hair is pink now, and that's new.
I think after.
So I don't even look like
over the shoulder. Your hair looks nice, and just keeps going.
Thanks.
That will hold the door open for everybody. Go inside.
I think Tennant's arm brushes yours, just like the smallest amount as they walk through. And I think you know Tennant well enough to know that it's the smallest of peace offerings, the smallest of we'll be okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Kind of slightly bump back, nod at Ruby, and be like, well, now we know where I get it from. Sheesh.
And I'll go and find Reaver, I guess.
I think you're gonna find Riva on the second floor of the siren. She's probably taken over the one of her favorite booth, their booth, and there's some maps scrawled on a bunch of napkins, and there's it's kind of a little bit messy, but there's just a bunch of sort of notes and Riva's, I think, scribbling a few things.
Just kind of hover in her presence.
I'm gonna finish my sentence, dot the period, set down the pen, lean back. Good.
Sit down wordlessly.
Uchin right close to Riva.
I'm gonna gesture to everybody. Sit.
I think everyone sits in a very familiar pattern. Everyone just always kind of falls into the same place.
It's the dinner table seat.
Yeah.
It's the dinner table.
Yeah. Unofficial assigned seats.
I feel like we maybe need to establish a talking stick or something so we all take turns, because otherwise we're gonna talk over each other. Do we need a spoon? Be I can say my piece now or something. I feel like we need a rule.
I think, wordlessly, Riva's gonna pull out her captain's hat and pop it onto your head.
Oh, I'm
Beep.
starting. Oh gosh. Well, that is my favorite thing to do. I'm sure you're wondering why I've gathered you all here today. It's to compliment me and how amazing I am. I should not be the one to start this. We need to, plan for our next step. Yup, and I'm gonna take it off, and I'm just gonna, toss it a little bit and try and land it on Rose's head.
I think... Are you trying to get on Rose's head?
Yeah, like...
Babe, I feel like you gotta make some kind of roll for that, because I'm not helping you at all, and I am not sitting next to you.
Great. Go ahead and make me a dexterity check.
Okay.
And Rose, are you trying to avoid it, or are you just not helping?
I'm not trying to avoid it. I'm sitting straight, and I'm not
Great.
looking into debt.
Let's see. Should we call this
Let's do a ranged attack.
a ranged attack?
Without
proficiency in hat
proficiency. So just dexterity.
Shield. No, joking.
Okay, so just dexterity. Do I add an attack modifier?
Just
a
add your
ranged
dexterity modifier.
Just add my dexterity.
Yeah.
What did I roll again? Okay, that is a 9.
Yeah, that misses, babe.
It smacks her in the face.
Oop, sorry. Your turn.
Rose, like, takes the hat and puts it back in the center of the table and doesn't acknowledge you at any point in that. And we'll just kind of... Right. So, do we have a plan on where we're going from here, then? Looking
Do
at
we
Reva.
have a plan at all? Also looking at Reva.
We have two options. One, I've promised to meet some folks in Merc Hollow within the next 3 days. However, I've heard a little rumor about something located on the planet of Mornia. I say as I make out the ink smudge on my napkin. My question is if we're able to potentially plot out a course and make our way to Merc Hollow by way of Mornia within the next 72 hours. Do you think that's possible?
What's Harmonia?
A rumor of a little piece of treasure that has caught my interest.
It's now the time for treasure hunting.
When is it not the time for treasure hunting?
Reva.
When my children are sitting at home wondering where their parents have gone.
That is between you and your children.
Is
There's
it?
no reason for you to join us on this treasure hunt.
Do we think this piece of treasure is going to be beneficial in the short run? Short term, in some way?
Yes.
Then I'm in.
We get like a description or a name or a why we're going after it, or are we just expected to follow you like lemmings off a cliff again?
Ward told me about a little story about how on the planet of Mornia in the Shrouded Alps, tallest mountain range there is, there's rumors of an ancient remnant of old Castellan power. Something before the Shattering. Something that could potentially get me closer to having a few choice words with Zirian. Hypothetically. Prayer is not my chosen method of communicating with the gods. With the so-called gods. Excuse me. And I look over to Ruby.
I feel like if there's a time limit on you going to Merc Hollow, that should be tackled first. You don't know what's there. In Mornia, you don't know what might delay us. It's too risky. Do it afterwards.
I agree.
I agree.
Is it ridiculous to propose some of us going to Merc Hollow and some of us going to Moria?
Reavers needed in both places.
Are you? I know you're needed in Merc Hollow. Do you have to be the one to claim this thing?
I think tackling this together is a better option.
Right. Put it to a vote, bang a gavel, something like that.
What do you want to do? What do you think we should do, Ruby?
I think everyone's right. I don't think that we need to take the time out of this trip. I don't know if we have the time to afford to go off on a wild goose chase up a mountain.
But if if what's at the end of this wild goose chase could potentially be used.
The end of a wild goose chase is a goose, and I'm not much of a goose person, so...
But I know that you're much of a hunt person.
Plenty to hunt in Merc Hollow.
I've been expressly told not to hunt what's on Mark Hollow.
Oh, fantastic. Then we'll have a lovely walk in the woods. Enjoy the scenery a bit.
Tenant? Are you in agreement?
You were bleeding out your eyeballs yesterday.
And you were bleeding out of your gut.
Well, I don't want to repeat either in the near future.
And I'm hearing 2 votes for Mark Hollow. Rose?
I think the last thing we need is to piss off another all-powerful being, whether that is a god or something else. So yes, my vote is also Merc Hollow.
Rodella?
Rodella gives you a very pointed look and just says, Merc Hollow. Let's get this over with.
Nadad?
Contrary to what Ruby says, everyone here is not in agreement. I say we go get this thing, because we don't know what we're expecting in Merc Hollow either. And I think we're forgetting we have an entire organization of resources at our disposal. We aren't really putting them to their full potential. We could be doing research, we could be sending other teams out, we could be doing other things, not just handling it all ourselves like we always do.
And what would you propose we put our resources towards doing?
Some of us go to Merc Hollow, some of us go and investigate what this thing is. Because
Divide and conquer means that you actually are supposed to divide your enemies in order to conquer them, right?
once again, I keep being interrupted. It's ridiculous. It's like...
I pick up the hat and I give it to Ruby.
I really appreciate the gesture, but that is actually all I had to say. Right.
We don't know what we're up against. Any lead is probably a good lead.
What is a lead on Zirian, who
Power is power.
wards past notwithstanding?
I have the hat on. I have the hat. I'm sick of this. You all have ignored me for years, and now you keep interrupting me. I'm sick of it. I'm done. Listen. We don't know what's going on. Yes, Mother needs to get to Mercolo and has to do it without murdering anybody. Beyond that, we have no idea. But if there is a powerful artifact that could help us in some way, either connect or get power, I don't know what it does. Apparently Ward doesn't know either. But if there is something, it is ridiculous and it is prideful to think we can handle it without help. I have watched each and every one of you think you can handle things you can't. I do it myself. That's the Crowcolt way. Help. We get help. We go, we get something that could help us. We send people. Hell, we don't even have to go. Hell, you don't want me here anyways. I'll go.
Can I speak?
Put the hat on your head.
Looks at Reva. Forgive me for making assumptions, Mum, but I don't think you're going to Zirian to ask for aid or something that can help us. Do you want to explain to Nadette why you want to go speak to Zirian? Because I don't think Nadette understands.
I'm gonna take my hat and set it in front of me. And very pointedly, I'm gonna look up to Tennant. Tennant, when you go to a negotiating table, what's the first thing that we ever taught you? Honestly.
I'm not here for a lesson, just answer the question.
Do you have your gun with you?
Window.
Right now. Ruby, do you have your bow? Right now, we've been invited into the home of something that has proven itself unwilling to do business with fair terms. I would like to go to Mornia to have this little adventure to see if it's possible to find something that would allow us to show up to the table on equal terms. As it stands now, I have no guarantee that if we go to Mercolo, that we would be able to return back. And I'm going to look over to Rose very pointedly. So at this moment, what I'm proposing is a quick detour in order to secure ourselves some potential insurance. Now, to be quite clear, I intended to do this bit of business on my own, acknowledging the risks of what this all entails. Again, I have reason to believe that this being that I've gone into business with is not willing to withhold their end of the bargain. As such, Nadette has made a good point. Does anyone here disagree?
That was a lot of words to not answer Tennant's question. Talked a nice circle around it.
My dad's gonna write something on her hand and then, like, try and face it so everyone but Riva can see it. And it's just gonna say, a way to kill Zirian is a way to kill. A way to kill a god is a way to kill a god.
Can I insight check Riva?
Okay.
22. I'm trying to decipher how big a piece, if any, of this plan, of these intentions is like Riva withholding. Because as far as Tennant understood, you wanted to see Zirian to make him pay for sending Lawrence after us. And so your words about wanting to find something from Zirian to even the playing field with Ithios is news to them.
I think on a 22, I think some pieces would click into place. It's the idea that I think Riva wanted to set the two of them at each other and pick up the pieces and take
gods at each other?
Exactly. I think she wants to set both of them after each other and wants to reap the benefits of their untimely demise. Also, it's personal. It's deeply personal. They brought back Lawrence.
I think in Crow's Cant, Rose meets Riva's eyes and says, "And why on earth do you think that the both of them won't just realize that the problem they have in common is you?"
I think to that, Riva smirks a little bit. And, gods only ask for help from those they perceive as beneath them. And as such, I believe it's worth rolling the dice.
But you're not just rolling the dice for yourself, Riva. You're doing it for all of us, and our families, and our futures, and our children's futures. You know why kings don't help when people want to overthrow their enemies? It's because it shows the people that a king can be overthrown. Now, I appreciate that we want to be stronger. I don't think marching into what could very potentially be a much more powerful enemy's home and trying to take power from them is going to do anything but give us two very powerful enemies. And I think, truthfully, if we think anything other than that is going to happen, then our egos are so big we have no chance of winning anything here.
I also don't see why Zirian has to be our enemy, or if they've, at this point, truly done anything to prove that they are.
They came into our home, taunted us with the body of my dead sister, your dead
You've
aunt.
made the bold assumption that that's a taunt.
What is
You
it?
made a bold assumption that that selection had anything to do with how it would make all of us feel.
And you think it was just random? Just coincidence?
I don't think it was random, but I'm also not so sure it was an attack anymore.
If it wasn't an attack,
Is
what
this-
was it?
Is this artifact? What did Ward say exactly that it could do? Hurt? Zirian? Open a line of communication? What is the exact thing?
There is no exact thing.
Wild
A remnant
geese.
of old power.
Remnant of old power. Okay. I don't know about you all, but if I needed some people to go somewhere to, I don't know, speak with me, and I needed to get their attention, sending the repossessed body of a dead family member is a great way to get people's attention to come and find me.
I cast a spell to speak with Zirian just this morning, and they didn't say anything about needing us for anything.
Are you
You?
sure? Go ahead,
Am I
Mum.
sure
You
what?
have the hat? No, Mum has the hat.
You spoke with a being that called themselves Zirian? Did you confirm this?
I cast a spell. It's a very high level spell that a lot of clerics use. I didn't pick up the holo transmitter and dial Zirian's number. It was cryptic and stupid as it always is. My point is,
How do you
Zirian,
know? How do you know it was them who answered?
how do you know it wasn't? My point is, Zirian picked up a tool, put it into our lives to do something. I think if he wanted something from us, he probably would have had Ward pass the message along, don't you think?
No.
I think we
That's a
are
great way to
inflating.
ensure
I'm
that-
speaking, I get to speak as well. Thank you.
I'm gonna put the hat in front of Rose.
Rose doesn't even look at the hat. No, I've lost my train of thought. Lovely. I think it is natural for us to be inflating our own importance in the grand scheme of the gods. I don't think that makes it correct. We are making this far more personal than it needs to be, and all it has done is cause more problems for us. So yes, I would like to go to Merc Hollow and be done. I don't want to chase a fairy tale into mountains that we don't know anything about to get a power we potentially don't know anything about, that we don't know will help us, and very well might just add another target onto our back. I would like to finish this and go home to my fucking family. Is that unreasonable? I know we're all doing our best here. I think it's time to think, to view our situation much more rationally. Because we could be chasing fairy tales until all of us are dead. And at the end, we might be left with nothing. Even still. Now I'm done.
I think someone wanting us to go somewhere, having Ward tell us to go there, is a great way to ensure we don't. I mean, can you honestly say that if Ward showed up, looking like Lawrence, and say, we need to go to this place, it's of vital importance, there's so much power that there's not a single way any of you would say, oh yeah, that makes sense, let's go.
Well, then he would have sent somebody else. I think Rosa's right. I think we've inflated our importance far too much. And I think, Rose, you see Rodella kind of looks at you with... There's like a little bit of a shift that happens. Where I think Rodella was kind of hearing what Riva was saying and the promise of something more, something that could potentially help them and this constant, seeking and seeking and seeking of more that they've been doing their entire lives. And I think what you said kind of shifted that back into reality, and Rodella kind of slumps back in her seat a little bit. I think we're spending a lot of time talking when we should be acting. The longer we have that thing on your head, the more risk. So
we do what it asks. And we hope that it follows. And actually...
Well, not doing what it asks has certainly caused problems, so...
My vote hasn't changed.
Mine hasn't either.
Well, you're outvoted.
As always.
Maybe that's how it should be.
I'll go to Mornia right now.
And I think we all know we couldn't stop you if you decided you wanted to anyway.
You're right.
I know. My vote hasn't changed either.
DM Reed, can I ask a logistics question?
Yeah.
How long would it take to get to Mornia and then to Merc Hollow?
'Tis a great question.
Do you
Let me
think...
consult my notes, but please continue asking your question.
I guess what I'm trying to think is, if we leave from Mornia directly to Merc Hollow, how long would it take?
Alright. It takes 3 hours to get from planet to planet in the void. You are currently on the planet of Gloomwild. To get to Mornia, you have to go past Erythium, past Orphea, to Mornia. So that is 9 hours. Then to get from Mornia all the way back to Gloomwild, 3, 6, 9, 12. If you were to travel recklessly, moderately recklessly, or extremely recklessly, we could increase the speed, but increase the risk of something happening negatively on your travel. But 9 hours to Mornia from Gloomwild, 3 hours to Merc Hollow from Gloomwild, 12 hours from Mornia to Merc Hollow.
Can Tennant be looking at the maps trying to decipher the same thing?
Yeah, go ahead. I would say you have proficiency in this. Make me an intelligence check with proficiency to discern this.
And if that's what I've been scribbling on my napkins, can we give advantage to Tennant?
Sure. Well, I mean, here's the question. Do you think that Tennant would accept help from you to try and figure this out?
I think I've got a pile of notes scrawled all over this table. And Tennant is a smart boy and could observe.
Sure, then yes, with advantage. Oh, well, great.
Hell yeah.
So yes, you would know this exactly. In fact, I'll say, because of your nat 20, you could, if you were captaining, you could go moderately fast, and I won't make you roll for something to go wrong. So that'll subtract 10% of travel time. You know a shortcut to get there faster. If you want to go super fast, it'll be a d20 roll instead of a d12 roll. And we can subtract 20% of travel time.
Can I just establish a shortcut to get where?
Yes.
Okay.
That's cool.
All of these places.
Going to Mornia first is taking a long way around. You're wasting time.
Is it a
Pulls out
waste?
the maps in front of you. You said you have 72 hours. You know better than anyone. seas fight us with everything they have, you can't guarantee you can make it there and back in time.
Is there a teleportation circle somewhere on Mercolo? Because I happen to know someone with a scroll. Just a thought.
Even if we get to Mornia, how many of you have scaled a mountain before? That's what I thought.
I mean, I look over to
I
Rodella.
look at the climbing.
yeah. Nobody. These two are not scaling.
Yeah, Riva, you watched the fucking ant farm. What do you think?
Cliff's our biggest nemesis.
For sure. Put him on top
What are
of
we
a
gonna
mountain.
do,
What is
Cliff?
gonna happen?
A climb check? No.
We can fight God, but do not put us in front of the cliff.
Fuck no.
Do not make us hide. Okay.
We're gonna have to introduce 2 new Crowcolts when Rose and Tennant die on that fucking mountain.
I think, okay, us talking about climbing or whatever, I think Rodella looks at Tennant again.
He's not looking at you, he's looking at the map.
And just feels this, like, cold grip in her chest. Just, and immediately turns to Riva and says, well, Mercolo, it makes sense.
If we go quickly, then it gives us 2 days. 2 days to arm ourselves with a little bit of knowledge before we end up on Mercolo.
It could take 2 days to get up that mountain and to get back down.
And then we'll get a little bit of exercise. Some fresh mountain air never hurt a hangover.
It'll be a lot of exercise.
Well, you do have wings. Flying's a lot faster than climbing.
Yeah, and can any of the rest of you do it?
No,
That's what I thought.
but you could carry someone.
Maybe
don't
one of
have-
you.
We don't have a
Perfect.
plan for this item that might or might not be there. We do have a plan for Mercolo. We know a direction, we know...
And we know what exactly we're gonna do when we follow this thing's orders, when I'm done being useful, when they're ready to discard me like a used napkin. And I like crush up on the napkins on the table.
Maybe you should have thought about that before you put it on your fucking head.
Maybe we all should have thought about it when I suggested putting the crown away a year and a half ago. We all make mistakes.
So let's not make another one and climb up a mountain that very nearly could be for nothing.
And let's not go into battle without a tool to help us.
We don't know if there's a tool up there, Nadette. We have a rumor that maybe potentially somebody 1,000 years ago left one there, and we have no idea what it does or what it looks like.
Yeah. Somehow that's more than what we know about Mercolo. Beyond just
There's
getting
a
there.
library 3 hours from us. We can
Now go
look
read a
up
book.
Mercolo. I think when Rose looks at you, their eyes are blue, and she's looking at you with pity. Truly, in this moment.
I think Nadette is matching that look and giving you pity right back.
Look, I have a spell. If I do a spell and use a substantial amount of my energy for the day, and once again use myself as a tool to make myself be heard, because contrary to your belief, Nadette, you are not the only one who gets left behind, and you are not the only one who goes unheard. So if I barter in the currency that most of you seem to care about, and that magic spell says there's nothing worthwhile up there, can we fucking move on and go to Mercolo?
Fine. Deal. And if there is?
Then we'll talk about it.
That's all I ask.
Is that all? And I
For
stand
now.
up. I'd like to go get my spell components for legend lore. And come back and drop a very heavy book open in the middle of the table. And I would like to start casting this very high-level spell, describing a weapon in the Temple of Zirian residing in the Shrouded Alps.
And that is where we are going to take our break.
Ooh.
Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be right back for quite possibly one of the tensest episodes that has ever been on this channel ever. In like 10-ish minutes. See you in a bit.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a break. I guess you did have a break. I hope you got snacks and a beverage and you went to the bathroom and you stretched your little legs, or your long legs, or your big legs, or your legs of any size. Or if you don't have legs, I hope you stretched other parts of your body. Welcome back. Rose is casting Legend Lore.
Yeah.
What does this look like, Rose?
Yeah, so Rose sort of gets this, like, big, like, kind of journal-like book that she tried to use when she cast it. Whenever that was, 2 days ago. Time is fake. Which I think has become Rose's kind of, like, journal, like, magical study notes, like, just sort of an accumulation of whenever Rose needs to put a thought down, it goes in this journal. And I think it's sort of just, like, splayed open on an empty page. And Rose, first of all, like, goes to channel this energy into the book, but, like, reaches out and takes Tennant's hand with one, and her hands are shaking. And with the other, sort of just, like, puts her fingertips on top of the book and takes a breath, and just a little bit of this, like, golden light sort of swirls around her arm and lights up the book, and the pen lifts as if it's going to begin writing.
This takes 10 minutes to cast.
Yeah.
What are the rest of you doing in this 10 minutes?
I think at some point Tennant inadvertently catches Ruby's eye. And Ruby, I think you see the force and, like, the pressure of all the things and the arguments Tennant wants to make in this moment but can't. Because of who might be overhearing, but you see every awful scenario just running on a loop inside, like, their head, and, like, the more times that loop repeats itself, the more and more it looks like he's gonna fucking crack. And he just, like, the way he looks at you is a very rare look of, like, oh my fucking god, help me.
I think Ruby sees like Rose kind of start to prepare this spell, and it's just like, well, 5 o'clock somewhere. I'm gonna go grab a bottle for the table. 10, help me carry. We'll get up and start heading downstairs.
Glance at Rose. Just see if she's okay.
I think Rose's eyes are closed, but she's kind of gripping your hand. But hearing that, they'll sort of, like, very hesitantly kind of give it a squeeze and, like, release their grip just a little bit. So, like, if you want to pull away, you can. But I think you can tell, like, without a check, like, in a perfect world, Rose would like you to stay here and keep holding her hand. But if you need to go, you can go, and that's okay.
I think there's about, like, 15-20 seconds of, like, deliberation. And then Tennant thinks that if he stays at this table any longer, he's gonna fucking lose it. And he just gives you a very reluctant, like, squeeze of the hand and kind of breaks away from the table.
As soon as they're headed,
move away, Ridella moves a little bit closer to Rose.
Before she heads out, Ruby gives Rose a quick squeeze on the shoulder and then starts going down the stairs. And as soon as they've kind of rounded the stairs and have, you know, gotten out of earshot of the family, it's just like, you need to take several deep breaths right now. You look like
he's hyperventilating.
You might pass out. All right, there it is. Yep, all right.
Just, like, facing a wall, like, has his back to you, like a little child that's been sent to the corner of a room. And it's just kind of got, like, one fist kind of, like, against the wall, and it's just, like, you could just see the backs of his shoulders, like, heaving.
Ruby kind of, like, angles herself so she is, like, leaning against the wall so that she can, like, keep her eyes on his face as all this is happening. And it's just, like, big breaths. Breathe in for 5, hold, out.
Stop,
I know.
Stop. That's really fucking annoying.
Well, if you're annoyed at me, then you can't be panicking that much, can you?
What did you say about alcohol?
I meant that part, actually.
Great.
Yeah. Head down, get a, like, bottle of rum and some shot glasses, and it pours one for Tennant, slides it across, one for herself. Cheers.
Takes, like, before you even cheers, takes it, immediately pours a second.
All right. Hey, slow down.
Need your head clear.
What the fuck are we doing?
Hoping you'd be able to tell me that. Lost track in there a bit.
I don't know.
Think that got a bit too real.
What part?
Most of it. Talk to me.
I think he turns away from you again.
Ruby is familiar with this move, has done it many times. Does a respectful, like, is looking at the wall, not looking at him, but still.
Yeah, I think it's a few long minutes of really painful, like, them trying to gather themselves, and they just about manage it, but it's, like, really fucking, like, pitiful to look at how hard it seems.
Isn't looking, but after a couple seconds of this silence, just, like, very heavy sigh, just, like, reaches over and will try to just put one hand over his and squeeze it a little
Don't
bit.
do that. Don't. I'll fucking lose it. Don't do that.
You sound like me.
If you let me lose it in this bar, Ruby, everything goes to shit.
I think you're entitled to lose it a bit, actually.
No, actually I can't, because I did that a couple of days ago, and ever since then, people keep making really fucking stupid decisions because
We were gonna make stupid decisions no matter what you did.
No, you don't understand, because now Nadette's making deals with evil gods because she thinks I need someone to protect me, and Rose is making deals with evil gods because she thinks I can't do this, and that it's not gonna work.
Tenant.
I feel like it's my fault because I lost
again.
it.
Breathe. Just stop for a minute, yeah? Every single person in this family has an unfortunate habit of making extremely stupid, self-sacrificing decisions for the others. And then that one stops and blames themselves. Decides to find something bigger and stupider and more self-sacrificing to do as a response, and round we go.
You know, the last generation of Crowcolts ended up decimating themselves because they hated each other so much. I think
that table hates you.
No, I think we all just don't know how to love properly. I think the opposite is gonna do the same.
You know, I'm really trying to think of something comforting to say to you, but unfortunately I've thought the same thing a couple times the last few days. You think we were always like this? You think you go far enough back in the family tree, there's a generation in there that wasn't like this?
I think fucked up is in the genetics. Either way.
Really hoping it's not. I'm not gonna make you look at me when I say this, because I know that that's worse sometimes, but, none of this is your fault. You know that, right? You've done quite literally everything that you can, in fact, probably more than you should have, to keep shit like that from happening, and the rest of us kind of took a wrecking ball to it. It's not on you. I'm not gonna take all the blame myself, there's more than enough to go around, but... You always take more than your fair share. Of the desserts at Sunday dinner, and of this.
Can't lose my wife to that thing, Ruby.
You won't. Not if we've got anything to say about it. Hey, I know everyone in there's acting fucking insane right now, but... You and I are on the same page, and as long as we've got that, I feel like it's gonna work itself out. I think she can kill a god. But, I think if anyone could tackle a task like that, it's the two of us, if we put our heads together, yeah?
Yeah.
And, I didn't say anything, because, you know, we've all let the plan to let her think that she's winning going to Mark Hollow, but, if you could pass along, for you and to pass along to Rose, what she said about the kids was fucking out of line. You're here because she and I got it into our heads that we could go off and handle everything on our own. So, once again, not your fault.
I never came after you guys for Mom. I should go back.
And I know that it's difficult. Believe me, I speak from experience. I am asking you to let me shoulder this with you. Because if you don't, I am afraid it is going to crush you, and then I will be alone. You want to help? Don't let me be alone.
Thank you. Take the bottle with him and go upstairs.
Riva, Rodella, Nadette, anything you guys are doing while you wait for Rose to cast this?
I think Rodella is very quiet and is just kind of carefully watching whatever Rose is doing and checking her for any signs of fatigue or discomfort, and is very pointedly not looking at Riva.
I think Riva definitely picks up on the cold shoulder. But also I think looks over to Nadette. I think what you probably see is a little bit of like a hint of mischief in Riva's eyes. I think a little bit of like reflected mischief. But besides that, I think Riva is quiet.
I think Nadette kind of returns that mischievous gaze, kind of looks over at Rose and Rodella, and lingers on Rose for a second, and just kind of gives a sigh, and then is gonna pull out some paper and pen and is just gonna start, writing a little poem. And we'll wait for the siblings to get back.
When Tennant comes back, he stands behind Rose and kind of has two hands on her upper arms and just kind of smooths an arm while she works.
Yeah, I think you can see, and Rodella too, the muscles in Rose's arms are just extremely taut, and the hands, that both of which are now braced on the table, are shaking just slightly. But it's so clear in her face that she is trying very, very hard to not show the amount of effort it is taking to channel this kind of magic for so long.
And Rose.
Yeah.
Your eyes glitter with arcane energy as after 10 minutes your vision blurs, not in a scary way, in a way that's familiar to you now.
Sure.
And your hand frantically begins to write down what you're seeing, almost without you even telling it to do so. It just does it. And let me talk to you about where you are.
Please do.
You find yourself standing at the edge of a lake. Surrounding this lake are two very noticeable things. Thing number one, an abundance of evergreen trees. They are lush, they are thick, they are tall, they are old. And even as you're kind of looking around and your eyes are adjusting, you don't know where you would even begin making your way through them. To either get to this point or to get away from this point. That's thing number one. Thing number two, there is a crowd of people, all diverse, all sorts of different races and species, heights, weights, colors. But the one thing that they all have in common, except for one of them, is they are all wearing some sort of mask on their face. Some of them just around the eyes, some of them a full-faced mask, some of them a half mask that goes down the center. Each of them individual. You don't recognize two masks that look identical.
Can I ask a question about the masks?
Yes.
Are they like ornate in any way, like Venetian masks, or are they like Phantom of the Opera plain white?
It very much depends. None of them are white. All of them are black.
Okay.
Some of them have accents of different colors, but the base color of them all is black. You get the sense that they're not a show-offish staple piece.
Okay.
And there's one individual who is not wearing a mask. They look to be somewhat like teenaged. They have this like magenta, dark magenta hair that's long and pulled back in a ponytail. They are dressed in very drab clothing, very drab, like neutral clothing. They have no shoes and no socks on. And they're standing at the edge of this lake. And one of the people wearing a full-faced mask, this mask covers their whole face. It has like gold detailing around the lips and around the eyes. And there's like two horns that kind of spiral backwards coming from the mask. They step up to this individual. They squeeze their shoulder with both their hands. And they close their eyes and start muttering some sort of prayer. And after the prayer is done, they step back. May your Stygian Odyssey begin. And this individual with this pink magenta hair starts walking into this lake. The lake, as you're looking at it more, you can see that the water does not look like clear crystalline water. The water is black and murky and thick, and it looks like sludge as this person is trudging through it. And it gets to the point where maybe up to their like belly button is covered in this water. They take a deep breath and they dunk. And at this point, time begins to speed up around you. You can see the sun rise and fall for multiple days as there is no movement in this lake. And the people who are standing at the edge, some of them stay, some of them go, they rotate out, some bring food, some don't come back, some walk away and don't return. The one staple is this person with this most ornate mask with the horns, who doesn't move from their spot. Some time passes. 3 days pass. And then a bubble emerges from the center of the lake, where this person with this dark magenta hair surfaces with a mask of their own made of that same dripping black sludge that they just dunked themselves in. But what is even more strange is that there is someone else beside them. This individual has no mask and stands out amongst these other masked people who now on the beach, on the edge of this lake, are calling for each other, trying to get the rest of the community back. This person has pale purple skin, long purple hair that looks wet, like sopping wet, and just like a giant shit-eating grin on their face, and a little hint of a twinkle in their eye. And these two individuals look at each other and make eye contact, and both look equally confused. And then they begin their trek back to the shore together. And that's what you see.
Okay. I think Rose, like, comes out of this and their shoulders sort of, like, heave this big sigh, but instantly, like, one of her hands, like, props her still upright on the table and flips to a new page, and I'd like to start trying to sketch both, the magenta-haired person and the purple-skinned person, whose names I don't know.
Sure.
For sure. To the best of my ability.
Yeah,
and I'm happy to make a check about it.
Yeah, go ahead and make a check about it. You decide what type of check it is, and it certainly has proficiency, whatever it is.
Nice. Maybe like a sleight of hand. Does that feel right?
Sure.
Or like a history to recall.
Yeah, history's fine.
Okay, cool. A million, babe. That is a 28.
Yeah, you get pretty damn close.
I think Rose, like, finally when this is done, like, the pen kind of, like, clatters onto the table and she braces herself on the table again. Sort of takes this big sigh and looks at... Actually, can I... Very quickly before I say this, can I make, like, some kind of insight check just to make sure that I'm interpreting it right? That the person who stepped out of the lake would be the weapon and not the lake itself?
Sure, yeah. Make an insight check.
Okay. Yeah, that is... What's my... Oh, a billion. 27.
Yeah,
We're
so
like
this...
hot today.
You are. This can be interpreted in a couple of ways. You get a couple of different things. Number one, you get the sense that, yes, the lake itself is not a weapon.
Right.
Yet the lake has the capacity to turn people into weapons. That it is not just the purple-skinned person who is now a weapon, but the magenta-haired person as well. That the both of them, I mean, you haven't seen the purple-haired person before in that vision, but the magenta-haired person looks stronger, looks a little bit taller, looks more confident, and more prepared to take on whatever they're walking towards.
Okay. Oh boy. Rose sort of sighs and stares at the table for a long minute, kind of weighing what it is she's about to say. I'm gonna roll for it. Yeah. And then sort of like looks up at Riva with a very steady, like unreadable gaze and says, "It's a person. So, unless you feel like courting someone whose name we don't know and whose location we don't know, I think we're pretty shit out of luck."
Make a deception check.
Yeah.
And everyone else can make an insight check.
I hit my own fucking...
Can I have advantage because it's my wife?
Sure.
Thank you.
Got a nat 20.
Fuck. That's a 26.
Let me know if you beat a 26 on insight. Diana, you win, no matter what.
Yay!
Bree, you're muted.
I got a 25.
It's a 28.
But, like, affectionately.
Okay, Riva.
Nice.
She's withholding something. Tenant, Rodella.
I didn't do it.
No, see.
Great.
I'm
I will say,
behind
I do
her,
think-
rubbing her back, so I don't see her face's expression.
I trust Rose implicitly.
I will say, I do think when Rose says this, like, not breaking Riva's gaze, she kind of, like, reaches up and to, like, touch Tenet's hand and squeezes it just a little bit.
And Riva and Ruby, she's not lying.
Yeah.
They're just withholding
Got a little,
some of the information.
got a little something in her pocket.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Right, well. Yeah, I'm not particularly interested in going and making any new friends, especially unpredictable, powerful ones. We got enough of that problem already, so, for me, once again, my vote hasn't changed.
I also have no idea when what I just saw happened. This could have been when the Castellans were around, for all I know. So my vote stays, and then sits very heavily in the chair.
I think Tennant is still standing and kind of like hands still kind of on Rose's
Can you
shoulders.
can you both move the mic a little bit closer to your mouths?
Hello.
Thank you.
It's no, it's because I dropped the mic and I turned the volume all the way down.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
The way Tennant is standing over Rose is very protective and a little bit dangerous, and he's kind of looking at his family like, I fucking dare you. She just did this for you. Listen to her. I don't think Tennant needs to say that his vote hasn't changed. You can see it in his face.
So that's 3 in favor of Mokalo.
4.
4?
I think for all the warnings that have been said at this table of us thinking too highly of ourselves, not going, at least to look, for the aid of another person, is foolish. But I love my sister too much to not follow what she says. So, fuck it, I guess we're going.
A very dangerous expression crosses Rose's face for just a moment. She doesn't say anything.
Well then. Rose, you certainly are entitled to whatever reasons you may have to withhold any information.
Excuse me?
But in this case, we shall do as advised. Go to Markala.
Point in wasting time.
Let's cast off.
Do we think there's any point in going to the academy and trying to read about Merc Hollow before we sail blindly into it?
I don't know. Going blindly into things seems to be something this family is really excited about right now. So I'm gonna be at the ship. Gonna stand up, and before I go, just gonna stop and say, Rose, my siblings are Tennant and Ruby. You can ice me out for as long as you need to, but when you are ready to talk, I am ready to listen, because I love you and you are my sister. And then I'm gonna keep walking out.
I think Rose turns their head. Wait, hang on. Sorry, I gotta roll, because that's mean.
Do it, do it, do it.
I mean, if you're gonna chant for it, okay.
I mean, if you're gonna be mean,
Rose...
be mean. I'm giving you my 100% consent.
I think Rose is going to cast message to you and say, you just told me your siblings are Ruby and Tennant. You've made your point very clear. And then I will turn back to the group.
I'm gonna respond in message. Oh, Rose. We're the ones who always iced out. And we're the ones competing for the crown. Ain't that just the way?
Rose doesn't look at you.
Nadette doesn't look back. Nadette is walking away.
I think Riva stands up and is gonna go with Nadette and looks back behind. Rose, You're correct. I think it would be a good idea to get as much information as we can. If you would like to head over to the library, please go ahead.
Yeah.
We shall delay.
Yeah, Rita. I'll do that.
Tennant, do you want to go with her? I know you're not fond of books.
Thanks, Mum. We'll figure it out. Don't worry. We'll meet you at the ship later.
Will do. And I think I'll go after Nadat.
We'll stay with the rest of the family for now.
I think the minute the sound of footsteps is no longer audible, Rose sags onto the table.
I think Rodella reaches across, and mechanically it doesn't matter, but I think kind of sends, grabs your hand and sends some healing magic. And your hand feels warm.
I think Rose holds on to your hand for longer than it takes to send the magic in, and will hold your hand for as long as you will leave it there.
She leaves it there.
And after a few minutes, Rose will kind of sit up a little and... There is a lake. Reva was not wrong. It took 3 days for whatever the fuck happened to happen, and I just don't think we have that kind of time. Sorry I withheld that from you, but
It's alright.
I didn't trust them to...
Hey, you stuck to the agreement that we made before we walked in here, which was get her to Mercolo by any means necessary. You did that.
Yeah.
And they were both... There's kind of a moment where Ruby's mask of dark, broody, calm, cracks just a little bit, and that anger is just bubbling just beneath the surface. And she's been trying to hold on to it through this entire meeting, which has done nothing but piss her off. They were both very far out of line.
I think you see Rose go to say something and then stop and just kind of nod a little bit. And I think you can see all of the fight has left Rose, and all that's left is this frost in her hair and just defeat and exhaustion and sadness.
If you go take a break after all that.
Well, I clearly have to go to the library and get our information.
I can...
I'm capable of, Mum and I are
can do
capable
that.
of pulling books off of shelves and bringing them to you for the ride.
It's fine. I was just there earlier, so... But I can't say I wouldn't be glad for some company if anyone wants to sit in a very large, dusty library with a bunch of teenagers, essentially.
I would
Does sound
love
like my
to
personal
sit in
hell,
the dusty
but
library with you if you'll have me.
Yeah. Can I kind of in this moment insight check Tennant and Ruby to see how open we're being with Rodella about everything that happened this morning before I say the thing I'm about to say? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me 21?
I think you can see when Tennant looks at Rodella, there's just a little glimmer of disappointment.
Ruby very much wants Rodella to be clued in, wants to believe that after the conversation that she had with them that Rodella would be on their side, but I think also would not blame Rose for withholding anything.
Okay. But it doesn't seem like at a glance necessarily either of them are trying very hard to hide everything from Rodella. I'm trying to gauge how in trouble I would be if I said something that gave away the fact there was an incident this morning.
You would not, at least for as far as Ruby's concerned, you would, it's just like, you know, I called her an enabler to her face like 15 minutes ago, and I meant it, and I'm hoping that now that we've said it, we can move on. So, I don't know.
See, I think you see the fact that Tennant's not moved on from that and is looking at Rodella like she's very much proved that she's neutral in the kind of worst way when it comes to, I think, like, you can't see this much, but I'll say it because I don't know. Like, Tennant's disappointed that he often gets very quickly pulled up by Rodella when he's even a little bit snappy, and Nadette was allowed to run her mouth so much in that conversation.
Okay. I think seeing a trace of, like, Tennant's guard still up, Rose will sort of clear her throat and pivot a little bit and say, do we think we need to have anybody watch them to make sure they aren't going to go take a ship and run off to the Shrouded Alps?
I think that would be a good idea, yeah.
Books aren't really my thing, so I can stay.
You see a little bit of sadness on Rose's face, but she kind of nods.
Well, finding stuff in a library's got to be like foraging, probably. Maybe not, but, you know, give it my best.
Okay. And for what it's worth, I'm not gonna keel over, so if anyone wants to not go to the library, I will be fine. That was a lot. So. But I'm not gonna, like, die on the cobblestones.
I'm like, right, well, does like the dad slap of the legs. Not physically, but like there's a spiritual dad slap. The Home Depot sound plays in the background. Alright, so and points to Rodella and Tennant. Mom and sister duty, library, yeah? Meet back up and hope that we haven't all died or killed each other?
Yeah.
Wonderful. We'll kind of hold a hand out for Rose. Come on. You gotta show me where everything is, because I've never been there before.
Squints at the hand a little bit and gives you a look that very much says, like, I can stand up on my own, thank you very much. But we'll reach out and take it anyway. And stand up.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer here. I'm never gonna get it again. So
I know. Trust me, I'm savoring it. I hate to look a gift horse in the mouth, but can I speak with Tennant for a minute?
Yeah, of course. I'll be outside.
Okay. Okay.
I think Tennant just kind of stands in front of you for a while and like runs his hands through your hair, melting away the frost with like the heat of his palms.
Yeah. I think Rose just like lets themselves lean into that for a minute, and then after a few seconds kind of she thinks it's a competition for the crown. Nadette. They said as much to me on the way out, and I just thought if you guys are watching her, you should know. Just a game to her. Against me, apparently. So that's exactly what you said, Mara. I love you so much.
But it's not what I meant, and you know it.
Well, then you should have stayed and clarified.
Can I
25 words.
That's sending.
Can I do like I think Tennant kind of frowns at this. Can I do like a remedial insight check on my sister? This doesn't sound like something. In all the outbursts Nadette has thrown my way over the many years of raising this fucking wild child, is Nadette prone to saying things without meaning them and stuff like that?
I mean, I think that you would know, yeah.
Yeah.
But also, very often, is very adamant about the things that they say.
Yeah.
So without hearing what was said, I don't think you can discern in this entire situation which one of it was.
I'll speak to Nadette.
Okay. I'm sorry we're here. I know it's not just on me, but it still sucks for you. You're in the middle, so I'm sorry.
Where are you at right now?
I mean, I'm wishing I was on that really lovely beach we were on about a year and a half ago. Did you mean about something specifically, or just like in general?
No, I mean about what we talked about this morning.
I don't know. Truthfully, I promised you we'd have the day, and I sort of put it out of mind, out of sight as much as I could, because if I think about it, along with everything else I think I'm gonna crack in half. I don't want to. I'd really, really like to not. As much of a, well, I was gonna find a way to frame it more diplomatically, but as much of a bitch as Nadette was just to me, I still care about her, so if it were to come down to her or me, I can't promise I wouldn't jump in front of the proverbial bullet, but I really, really don't want to do that, and I really like to find another way out, so. But I promised you I'm not going to do anything without talking to you, and I meant that.
What do you need as I know the plan is not concrete. Trust me, I wish I had more details to share, but Ward, she didn't tell me everything.
I think Rose reaches up and sort of like cups her face, like not hard, but sort of like, I guess firmly, and like meets your eyes very steadily and says, Tenet, it's not a distrust in you, it's a distrust in Ward. I haven't even spoken to them. I don't know anything about her. And they're not exactly making it easy to take the leap of faith. It's not you. I need a road that we know where it ends. I need certainty. If I had what's that stupid fucking phrase, dancing with the devil you know or the devil you don't? I'm not the kind of person who likes to leap into things that I don't have any idea what they are, even if the other option sucks.
So what, it's a case of you trust Ward less than the Sithios?
Trust not in the sense of believing that their intent is good. Trust in the sense of understanding what makes them tick and what they want.
Why? Why do you think you... I know, I get it. I get that you've grown up with people he reminds you of.
Yeah.
He's not Faye, Rose.
I know.
I have also grown up around people who lie and manipulate. The number one rule is people don't play by the rules. It would be naive to assume that he does, that he won't lie to your face to get you to enter some kind of contract and then just rip it up in front of you. And I know you know your way around a contract. But I can't gamble with your life like that. Your life of our kids.
Yeah. I don't want to.
Then don't.
Tennant, I can't spend the rest of our lives, if this goes badly, knowing I could have saved your sister if something happens to them. I can't have you look at me and know I could have done something. Even if it is unimaginable to do.
So are we meant to spend the rest of our lives with some kind of god, not god, hanging over our heads?
I hope not. I don't want to do this, Tennant. I don't want to.
Then I'm telling you, don't. Please don't, Rose, because as much as you don't like to talk about it, your life is much longer than the rest of ours.
I can't right now.
Rose, if we fuck around with your life, and I am left raising these kids that will live hundreds of years past all of us, who will they have? Who will they have if you are gone? That is why I do all of this. To try and tie up as many loose ends and... I need you safe. I need those girls safe. And I need people like that, like this thing, away from you.
I'm trying. I promise. I'm trying.
Let me speak to Nadette. I'll speak to Ward. I'll get more information out of her. Just...
Okay. I'm not gonna do anything without talking to you. I mean that. That's a promise.
Okay.
I'm not the kind of person to lie to get what I want, so I'm looking at you and I'm telling you I'm not gonna do anything without you knowing. Promise. I hear you. I do.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
I have to go read books with your sister. I guess.
I have to go. I don't know. But I'll be here.
I think Rose just reaches up and pulls you in for just a very, very tight hug. Just lingers there for a minute. And I think pulls back a little bit to whisper in your ear and say, I promise you I am coming back. And I will see you. All kinds of fucking stupid information about Marcalo in a couple hours. And if you need anything, just tell me. I don't want you to feel like you're alone in this, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll just lean and then I'll press a little kiss to your cheek and I will give you bardic inspiration.
Okay.
And I will walk outside to my sister.
Sure. You and Ruby can start heading to the teleportation circle.
Yeah.
Riva, you walked out after Nadette. Let's check back in there.
I think leaving the bar, I think you hear Riva following you. Nadette,
Mother?
have you gotten a chance to meet my ship?
No, I have not.
I think you'd like her. Very flirty.
I'm sure we'll get along fine.
Would you like to meet her?
Oh, yeah.
Come, let's walk. How are you feeling?
Ugh. You know, I'm used to, people being mad at me. Like, a lot. A lot all at once, too, but... I don't know, I'm convinced, despite a conversation I had with your crown, that going on that stupid mountain is the right thing to do. You need to get to Mercolo in 3 days, and you need to not kill anyone, or the repercussions I can't even begin to understand, because I did a deal with Ithios, kind of look at the crown, wave, hey bud, and I need you to get there. And everyone is mad at me and thinks I have betrayed them in doing... And all I did was do the one thing this family has ever let me do. And I understand that they cannot fathom that. I understand that Rose is diametrically opposed to what I am doing, and also I know that it's what I need to do, and that that I can live with Rose and all of them being bad at me, as long as everything's fine in the end. And I think... I don't know, Mom.
Sweetie, I think you do know. Promise me.
No.
No civil wars.
Mom.
But you do what you think is right.
If you were me right now, and Bernadette was telling you not to go, would you still go?
You know, for years, I regretted it. But now, I have all of you. I think maybe some cold mountain air might be exactly what you need.
I don't know how to fly a ship.
I think we can find somebody who does. And I would like to go try to find Ward.
Sure.
Follow my mama.
Go ahead and make an investigation check. I'm just watching my favorite show. I forgot I was involved.
Can we do it with advantage since there's the two of us looking?
Sure.
Okay. Or do you want to roll as well? I think that'd be better.
Okay. Let's see. Let me get my Nadette specific.
Because I rolled poorly.
Let's see. Perception. 12 plus 4, 16.
16.
Wait, did you roll? Are we rolling perception?
Investigation.
An investigation.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was illiterate. Same number.
Okay, great. I also rolled a 4, but I only got a 6. So.
Okay. Yeah. I think you would find Ward, who is kind of aimlessly floating around like a ghost a little bit, but has managed to walk their way over to Bastard Alley and is kind of walking hood up, perusing, looking around at the graffiti, keeping their head down, ignoring people. Seems to be just like waiting for something.
Waiting for something.
Yeah, it looks like they're passing time. Right? Doesn't really seem like they have a specific destination in mind. More of like the idle wandering that you do when you're like waiting for your mom to pick you up from the mall. That type of thing.
Then I think
Pull my mom behind a building. Out of view.
Yes.
Is she going somewhere?
Doesn't look like it.
Should we see what Ward's waiting for? Before I betray my family even more?
Is it betrayal?
I don't know anymore, Mum. I really don't.
You know, when my sister and I disagreed, when everything came down, we disagreed, but I did not feel betrayed, at least until, well,
Yeah.
yeah. You're allowed to have differences of opinion, to think different things are right. You can both be right. But
When you think about going or whatever's there. What's happening in the back of your mind? Is there whispering saying, no, don't, or, oh yes, please go? Do you feel influenced?
A person is beginning to approach Ward.
Well, that thought. Fuck. And I'm gonna cast Disguise Self as, like, somebody I saw walking by. I'm gonna go eavesdrop. There's too much going on. I can't. You keep thinking about if you're being influenced. I'm gonna go see what the fuck is happening. Oh my god.
No.
What?
You said you wanted part of this business.
I do. And I'm gonna go figure out what's happening to my grandmother. Real quick.
And I think...
Grandmother?
My aunt. Ward is my aunt, not Ruby.
Yeah.
My aunt.
We all went.
Wait, yeah. It's okay. Filial relationships are difficult.
They're so
true.
confusing. Whew.
Um,
Go talk to my aunt.
Okay. And I think Riva is gonna sort of... I want to do a little stealth. Get all stealthy.
Sure, make a stealth check. I almost
Oh,
just
it's
knocked
not very
my
stealthy.
whole dice box on the ground.
That's
Nice.
just a... Don't even worry about it. That's just a 7. So, like, Riva is just a badass in Bastard Alley.
Great. Let me...
That's gonna, like, walk down the street a little bit and see if it can overhear the conversation happening as the two.
And Nadette also make a stealth check then.
Absolutely. Could I argue for performance?
Sure.
How about a slick 30?
Great.
17 plus 13.
Great. And Riva, where are you staying in this little alleyway? Or are you trying to get closer?
I'm gonna stay in the alleyway, but I think I want to be like within 30 feet. I think as much as I can.
Sure.
Of Nadette.
So Ward, kind of standing, looking around at buildings, is approached by a, like, dark gray colored tabaxi. So a cat person. Has this, like, ashy gray fur and these two little, like, pointed ears, and is wearing, like, this really nice, like, black beret that has this red feather kind of sticking out to the side. Is dressed in, like, full leather clothing, this leather coat with this, like, high collar, leather gloves that are covering their hands, and has these, like, bright yellow eyes that have just, like, a ring of red underneath both of them. And it's unclear if it's a skin condition or a birthmark or makeup or whatever it is. But this person very confidently approaches Ward, and Ward kind of looks at them. Hi. Hello. It's been a while, has it not? Yeah, it has been. I sent you a letter in the mail jug. Did you not get it? No, I can't say I've been around my mail jug for quite some time. Why, was it important? Yeah, I'd say it was quite important. Listen, the deal's off. Okay? What do you mean? I just mean things have changed, and I don't need your help anymore, so the deal's off. Darling. You can't be serious. Of course I'm serious. What do you mean? You've already fulfilled your part of the deal. No, I haven't. I mean, one of them's standing in that fucking alleyway right behind us. Of course you fulfilled your part of the deal. You've brought them to me. And kind of whips around and sees just like the tusk of Riva's horn behind her. That could be anyone. There's lots of tieflings in the world. Well, since the deal's off, I guess that means I don't have to give you my half of the bargain, do I? Have a great rest of your day. I think shit's about to get ugly. And begins to walk away in Riva's direction.
Nadette is going to pull out a holo transmitter and is going to call Tenant, I guess.
I think Tana's kind of been leaning against like the table in the bar just for a few minutes, like after, and then kind of like takes a very deep breath when he sees Nadette's face on the holo transmitter. Yeah.
Lord set us up. We have to get off this planet right now. This is not a ruse. I need you to listen to me, and I need you to get everyone to the boats right now. I don't know what is happening.
Where are you?
I describe where I am. It's
Just
just
on
met up with someone in
Bastard
11th. Bastard Alley. I'm on Bastard Alley. Listen. On
Hello?
everything. I am not lying to you. I'm not playing a game.
I believe you. Who's with you?
Mother, but there's someone walking towards her. No,
What do
who
they
she
look
is.
Riva!
Describe him.
Riva!
Okay.
Okay, I need to go help with whatever the fuck that is. You either need to get here or get to the boat. Tenant, I love you. I'm sorry for pissing you off. Whatever. Talking to Theos, that's not important right now. Get here, please.
Tana's already like walking out of this. I'm looking for Rodella. Where's Rodella?
Come
Redella's
out,
waiting for you,
wherever
so.
you are.
I'm gonna
You
start speed
Like get on a
walking
plane.
towards the
Where's
side.
Rodella?
Redella's
sure.
waiting for you.
Okay, I just like look at Rodella and I say, get Rose and the others and get them out of here. We're
What's
being
happening?
attacked. I'll meet you by the docks, and I'm just fucking running, sprinting to where Nadette described.
Do I recognize this tabaxi?
Never seen them before in your life.
Then I think Reba just comes out. She's not hiding. And you hear the sort of click-clack her boots down Bastard Alley. And I'm gonna approach Ward.
You like walk past this tabaxi to walk up to Ward.
I do.
The tabaxi gets in your way. Excuse me. I was the one who asked for you.
Do you have an appointment?
That's my mother.
Holy shit.
Takes out a journal from their pouch. Writes something on a piece of paper. Just scribbles. Hands it to you. There's my fucking appointment.
Does this have a name?
The appointment?
Yeah. Who's my appointment with?
Call me Charles.
Well, Charles. I think I'm just gonna snap and just a little bit of tiefling magic light it on fire. Whoops. I don't see it on my calendar. I guess we'll have to reschedule.
What a shame. I'm booked for, looks at their empty wrist, a considerable amount of time for the rest of the day. Are you sure we can't make it work? I really do think it's probably in your best interest.
Well, I can make some time.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, but we'll have to
Much
walk and talk. I'm
appreciated.
here to meet my friend here. And I, very theatrically, I think, gesture toward in the alley.
Who looks guilty and regretful and just uncomfortable.
Ward,
Yeah.
would you please introduce me to this associate of yours?
This is, Charles. Charles? He offered me a ship to take the crown to Mercallo. If I brought you guys to him? But I changed my mind. I didn't want to go through with it. I told him the deal was off, but,
It's okay. I believe you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Charles, it's very gracious of you to offer my friend here a ship.
Well, I do what I can to help those who are so much weaker than the rest of us.
Well, nonetheless, I am gracious. But I hate to inform you that your services are no longer necessary. There is a ship making its way to Mercallo.
That's great.
You
I
don't
didn't
need
want to
another.
provide either, so seems like this is all working out in my favor. Now, might I ask you a question, Riva?
I'm gonna look at my bare wrist. I can make time.
Pulls a dagger out, holds it to your chest. Where's Rose?
Can I just body slam this person out away from my mother? Can I just like full try and tackle to the ground?
When do I get that?
And I think
Don't you dare, we have half an hour.
Rita, I swear to God.
in this moment, we're gonna switch over to Rose and Ruby.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I know. I'm so glad we're having this walk and nothing bad is happening. Nice walk in the
Hanging,
daytime.
a nice stroll.
Isn't the air beautiful?
Wow,
Hearing
it's
the
great.
birds
Birds
chirping.
are chirping. The sun is shining. It's wonderful. Wow. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, I sure do feel super at ease and not like the hair on the back of my neck is standing up and there's something wrong. But who's to say? I think like Ruby was like waiting outside the siren for Rose and kind of just falls into step next to her. And after like a minute or two, as they're walking towards, I don't know where this teleportation circle is, so I think Ruby like started to lead and then fell back a couple steps as she realized, I don't know where I'm going.
Sure.
After like a minute or two of walking in silence, it's just gonna be like, so, you look like something got a bit stuck in your throat back there.
Oh, can I take a quick just perception check around us because I want to make sure that I don't know where Nadette went and I'm about to talk shit on Nadette.
Sure, yeah, we can make a
Just like a
perception
quick-
check.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Nadette's gonna catch some strays, unfortunately.
They deserve it. It's fine.
It's a 22.
Yeah, no, that's nowhere to be found.
Cool. And I'm assuming Riva isn't either. I, James, know this, but I also don't know the timeline of this moment that's happening.
Yep.
Rose will kind of like, and I'm gonna lean in a little bit so I can speak quieter and say, yeah, I thought, since they were watching Nadette, they should know that as she was leaving, she made a rather snide comment about how this is all a competition with me for the crown. So I don't know if they meant it, but just in case they did, I thought they should know. That's all.
Fair.
I mean, there's a fair bit stuck in my throat at the moment. I assumed that was the one you were talking about.
That, if there's anything else. Otherwise, to go.
It's not that long of a walk, Ruby. I don't know if we have time.
You listen to me drunk, shouting and crying for several hours last night. I feel like I can spare a few minutes for you.
Oh, well, thank you for working me into your very busy schedule. I really appreciate.
You don't even need an appointment.
I don't. Wow, that is news to me. I'm going to be knocking on your door when we get home, just constantly now.
Oh,
I know that.
fantastic.
So, you know,
Wonderful.
just saying, you've opened quite a box here. It's just a lot, isn't it? Just a lot.
I think that's the way to put it, yeah.
Yeah. And truthfully, I think if I try and get any of it to come out while I'm, you know, not so drunk that I could be really anywhere and I would believe anyone if they told me I was anywhere, I might fall apart right here in the middle of the streets of this city that is so full of grizzled criminals that would judge me for it.
Fuck 'em.
I mean, I'm already fucking one. I think I'm gonna be really busy if I need to add them all to my...
Okay, alright. Now you know what I mean. Fuck 'em. Since when have any of us given a shit about what any of them think?
Yeah. I don't know, Ruby. I guess I just, you know, when I left the wedding, after all that stuff with Ambrose and everybody, I guess I just sort of thought that I was leaving behind a reality in which members of my family treated me like I was a thing to be used for their gain, and not a person. And I just really starting to feel like maybe that's not true anymore, and I've just been a fool not to see it. Not all of you. But every time I think I've broken the cycle, I'm blink and I'm back in it. It's just really maddening to realize that, and also deal with one of the people I trust most in the world deciding that they couldn't care less about my trust, and a husband who seems to think I'm going to run off at the first chance and make some kind of deal that dooms me and our children for the rest of eternity. And
Right.
yeah.
Let's take those in order real quick.
Okay, yeah.
The first one. If you'd asked me a few years ago, I would have pretended that I had no idea what you were talking about. About the whole feeling used a bit. But, wish I could tell you were wrong. That's, kind of how we've been running things. For a while. But, if it makes you feel any better, it's not just you.
I know. When it was happening, so that I felt like I could try to shield Tennant from some of it so that he could have a minute to breathe, it was worth it. But now it's like, somehow it's all been turned around and it's still happening. But I'm not helping Tennant, I'm just making it worse. And I don't know.
At the mention of trying to shield Tennant, like, there is just that, like, fire is back in Ruby's eyes and just flares for a second.
Yeah, but you know, you shouldn't have to fucking shield him from his own family.
I know.
That's astronomically fucked. And
Yeah.
I don't know if I was just deluded or lying to myself to not see that that's what was happening for so long. Shit. And I'm sorry I really am. I'm sorry, because this was supposed to be different for you. This was supposed to be safe.
I mean, I guess in some respect, I made it through once. Might as well be here to help you all through it again.
That's...
I guess I really hoped I wouldn't have to. That's all.
Yeah. If we survive all this shit, something's gotta fucking change.
Yeah.
None of us can keep doing this anymore. None of us can keep running ourselves in circles, grinding ourselves down into fucking dust. For what?
And you know, I mean, not the worst part, because it's all shit, but I look at Nadette and I just see myself in those months leading up to getting tossed in the ant farm. It's like I'm looking at myself and I can't warn her or help because she doesn't want it. And so I'm watching them do the same fucking thing that I did.
I know that.
And I was lucky.
Yeah.
Because I had Tenet.
Yeah.
And I had Chaser. And I don't know if Nadette's going to be as lucky in this. And she looks at me and it's like she couldn't care less about anything I have to say or any hurt that they've done. And Ruby, I guess I'm just really, really tired of trying to explain to people I love that they've hurt me. When I wish they would just see it. And care. It's just this endless fucked up cycle of hurting. And again, every time I think I'm out of it, I'm back in it. And I'm sorry, I know it's your sister, I don't mean to sit here and just... But, yeah.
You're my sister too, alright?
Yeah.
Have you ever had a real fight before?
Me and Nadette?
Yeah.
When I was pregnant with the twins, we had like a 8-hour fight about leftovers. That's about it.
Right. So I'm gonna take that as a no.
No. But unfortunately, because of the environment in which I was raised, I don't know how to fight like a normal sibling. So.
Well, take it from somebody who's very experienced and well-versed in fighting with the dead. She knows. But unfortunately, she has the same disease that all of us seem to, about not wanting to admit when you've fucked something up. And I'm sorry that it's happening now. When I'm in the middle of all this other shit.
Yeah, me too. Just at this point kind of feels like, I don't know, another stone in the very, very large bucket I'm holding over my own head. Sooner or later, one of them's going to break the bucket. I just don't know which one it's going to be.
Listen, you don't have any older siblings, right? A little younger?
Lark is technically older than me.
Yeah. You're like of an age, though. It's a bit different, I think. Are you? I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
Are you calling me? You're calling me old? Sorry, just.
I actually have no idea how old you are, if I'm being completely honest.
I'm like 10 years older than you.
10?
What? Did you think I was like 90?
No, I thought you were younger.
Oh, good. Okay. Whew.
Not like younger than me,
I was gonna
have
to start another fight with another sibling.
No. No, sorry, I don't really know. But
with this realization and this silly conversation, we're gonna head back to just like the normal things that are happening over in Bastard Alley. Is that okay with the both of you?
Can I just like finish my one little thought?
Yeah.
I got you. What I'm trying to get at here, I'm sorry not to trying to call you old, but
It's okay.
kind of as somebody who's smack in the middle, I think it's the entire job of the older sibling to try to convince the other one to learn from their mistakes, and it's the job of the younger sibling to ignore all of that advice and only really see it in hindsight that they were right, but you gotta go and make them for yourself. And once again, it sucks that it's happening now and that she's decided to, you know, make these particular mistakes at this particular juncture.
I guess I just hope that following that path doesn't lead the same place it led me, which is right over the edge of a cliff, literally and figuratively. So,
well, look, got the rest of us to catch it, hasn't she?
I hope so. I hope so. Thanks.
Anytime. Apparently now my door's always open, so.
Yeah, you're never closing it again, so I'm just saying, you know, buckle up for that.
I
Just
don't
sort of
regret
walking
that
backwards
at
into
all.
the teleportation circle with a smirk.
Great.
At this moment, Rodella comes fucking booking it up to you guys. Like, as you're stepping back towards that teleportation circle, you hear just, like, frantic pounding of feet and running, and Rodella, like, runs around the corner just looking so fucking, like, panicked.
Hey!
We gotta get back to the dock. Right now.
What?
What's happening?
No, right now. Come on. Come on. And just turns around and starts running back.
All right, we move and we talk at the same time. What's going on? And immediately, like, has her bow ready.
Yeah, I'm going too.
I said, get them out of here!
Great. We flash back to Bastard Alley. Charles has a dagger to Riva's chest. Nadette, what are you trying to do?
I would love to just, like, if I have time to rage, perfect. If I don't, I just want to tackle this man to the ground.
Sure. Go ahead and make an athletics check. And he's going to make an opposed acrobatics check. And then we're going to get into initiative after this.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to use my DM inspiration on this.
Sure.
Ooh, okay, so that is a 19 plus athletics is a 3, so 21.
With the 24,
Damn it.
they sidestep out of the way. You rolled high enough that I'm not going to send you tumbling into the ground, but
Perfect.
you don't manage to tackle this man's.
All right, well, sidestep out of the way means the throat can't directly be at my mom's chest, so I'll fucking take it.
Great. So we're going to have Nadette, Riva, Tennant, and Charles go ahead and roll initiative. And Tennant, it's going to take, we're going to go one turn, and then you'll be able to pop on in here.
So it's a 23 for Riva.
Great.
23 for Nadette.
Great. I'm assuming Riva has the higher dex.
I would assume that you're assuming correctly. I go to +5. Knocked
Yeah.
out 20. Yeah.
Great.
I got a nat 20 on my rose tie again. For
Oh.
a total of 25.
Oh, wow. This is a high rolling group here. All right. So, first up in the order is Charles with a 24. Charles kind of looks over at you, Nadette. That was bold.
I'm sorry, have we not met before?
No.
Well, then you'd know.
You're still disguised, by the way.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, can I drop that?
Yeah, you absolutely
Little
can.
insane- Perfect.
Oh, it's you.
Hi.
Hi. Looks back at Riva. Where's Rose?
Nadette, do you know this man?
Do I know this man?
Never seen this cat before in your life?
No, I don't. Just weird that asking for the location of my favorite person on this planet. Sorry.
So let's calm down here, everyone. Charles,
Mm-hmm.
why specifically are you looking for my daughter-in-law?
I don't really feel like having a conversation right now. Tell me where she is.
Well, let me remind you that you're in the middle of Bastard Alley, and you're squared up with a dagger in front of me, Reba Crowcolt, matriarch of the Crowcolt Enterprise.
No, I'm quite aware of that, yes.
Do you intend to walk out of here alive?
That'd be nice. Do you?
I do, but I quite frankly am much more concerned about your well-being.
Oh, that's so kind of you.
Now, if you would like to answer questions, I could very loudly announce that I'm not interested in purchasing your dagger. And this can just be a simple business transaction in the alley. If you're not interested, well, you are in Bastard Alley.
Kind of flips the dagger around in their hand, very haphazardly, almost like showing off that if you wanted to, could very easily slip and press into your chest. But Charles is not going to take an action, is instead going to hold something. And it is Reva's turn.
I think Reva rests her hand on the pommel of her blade. Let me repeat myself one more time. Why are you asking for my daughter-in-law?
We have some unfinished business.
Would you care to explain? And if I find an explanation that is reasonable, I'm happy to divulge her location.
It doesn't really have anything to do with you, unfortunately.
Well, you've made it my business. So now it does have to do with me.
We go way back.
Way back. How far back?
Quite far.
And is this old unfinished business?
Yes.
And what are you going to do once you have that information?
Rose's location?
Yeah, what would you do with Rose's location?
We've got things to talk about.
Talk. Just like how you're talking with me and my daughter right now.
Perhaps with a little bit less blades. But we'll see. It depends on if she cooperates, which, by what I know from them, they're not inclined to do often.
So what you're saying is you're going to talk with my daughter-in-law with a blade?
Yeah. You got a problem with that?
I think I do.
That's taking her earrings out.
Now, I'll give you a fair... You know what?
Yeah, just kind of laughs at the word fair. Scoffs a little bit under his breath.
I think, Reva is just going to hold an action.
Sure. What are you holding?
What I would like to do is if they move within, like, melee range, I would like
They're
to
in
attack.
melee range right now.
They're in melee range right now?
Yes.
Then I think what I'm going to say is, step back, or I will cut you.
Okay. It is Nadette's turn.
Nadette's gonna pull a dandelion out of a pocket and just kind of smash it on the ground next to her. Just... Nadette's gonna take, like, the biggest yawn. Is already over this guy. Is just gonna, bonus action rage.
Sure.
Just gonna, like, look at this guy like... Come on, really? Like, no words. Just so disappointed in this dude. It's the turn. Dandelion and raging and just standing there.
So you've summoned your elephant.
Yeah, Dandelion, fully out.
In the middle of Bastard Alley.
Yep.
Proof magic elephant.
In the middle of Bastard Alley.
It is your elephant's turn. What is she doing?
My elephant, Dandelion, I think is gonna look at this guy and just, like, lift up her trunk and just do, like, a no. Just kind of shake her trunk, like, don't you do it.
Alright, at this point, we're back to the top of the quarter with Tennant. Tennant, you walk onto the scene.
I don't walk,
You book it onto the scene.
Okay. Using Nadette's description of the location, I want to move up to the roofs of Bastard Alley, and I am trying to stealth my way into a sniping point.
Make me a stealth check.
That's I thought it was another nat 20, but it was not. But that is a 30.
Great.
So can I see the tabaxi?
Yep.
Okay, I would like to make an attack. I would like to use my assassinate feat.
Sure.
So I'm rolling with advantage. And if I hit...
no, you're not. You are rolling flat.
Hear me
Am I?
out. But I'm
Yes.
within 5 feet, right? Not trigger anything? How does D&D work?
This being has a feature that
Okay.
all attacks are made against them with disadvantage until they're hit for the first time in a
Okay.
round. So therefore, you are not making it at advantage, you're making it flat.
Okay,
That's
but
sick.
will I still
That's a
get
cool thing.
the thing of my, like...
If you hit,
Will I
yeah.
still get the assassinate
If you
critical hit?
Yes.
If I hit, okay. Oh, come on, fucking...
Still have inspiration.
I think I'm okay. I'm gonna use my sniper rifle.
Okay.
So that is an unnatural 30. I can't even get a natural 30. What am I talking about? It's a
That
30.
does in fact hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
All right.
That's my husband.
And do I get sneak attack damage? She's
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, so there's an elephant. It's pretty
Give me a
distracting.
little minute whilst I do lots of
Take your math
calculations.
time.
Harry. So 25, and then how much? So
I love James looking at Ranger.
I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you so much. He's just a little baby.
I need to share some photo. I went to the Met and they have the most gorgeous exhibit on weapons, and like the old historical rifles and pistols are next level.
You didn't send them in the group chat immediately, Bree? I'm disappointed.
To be honest with you, I got distracted afterwards. Distracted.
Here's an elephant fun fact. While we're waiting, elephants can communicate by stomping, and they feel the vibrations through their feet, and that's one of the ways that they can communicate with each other.
Love that.
Oh, perfect.
Great.
Just like Nadette, just stamping her foot on the ground anytime she's upset.
Yeah, exactly. Where do you think she gets it from, huh?
Give me those damage numbers.
So on the first shot, that is 89 points of damage.
Great.
I will take my second shot.
On the first shot, sexiest thing you can say after a high-ass number
I'm
like
in love
that.
with this
Oh
man.
my god!
Tenant Crocolt is the husband of all time.
Second
And
shot
they don't
is-
even know they're looking for me yet.
Second shot is flat.
Yeah, that's fine. 29
Yep,
to
that
hit.
hits.
Okay. So
And no sneak
but
attack
no sneak
damage.
attack
No.
anymore. Yeah, cool. So that is 12 plus. I'm just gonna give you the So I'm gonna do all my shots, and I'll just give you all the damage at the end.
Oh, I already
That's
took
all my
away the
stuff.
89.
You've already got. Okay,
Yeah.
so that is another 17 points of damage.
Great.
I'm gonna action surge and shoot them again.
Great.
If I action surge, do I actually get 2 more shots? because it's another action. I get 2 attacks per action.
How many shots can you get with your sniper rifle before you have to reload? Did we ever talk about that?
Point. I don't know. There should be a...
Because I know I made that for you.
You did.
And I can't remember what the reload was.
It doesn't... I can quickly...
5 shots is what I found from the internet.
Oh, okay. So
yes, you can take 2 more.
Fuck!
That is... 24 to hit.
Hits?
Okay, and I'll just do the other one whilst we're here.
Hopes and prayers, Charles.
That is 22 to hit.
Also hits.
Okay. Okay.
If this man somehow shrugs it off, I'm gonna come through the screen.
17. So 22 on the first one.
Okay.
Oh my god. And 22 on the second.
Okay.
That's 9 plus 8. That's 17, right?
Yes.
So 22 on both of those. That's another 44 points.
You
of
have
damage.
just done 150 points of damage on 1 turn.
Yeah.
You attacking Charles has set off his held action.
Oh no.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You watch as he lifts the beret off his head and begins to transform in front of you. You see.
After I've shot him 4 times?
Mm-hmm.
Just takes off his hat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You see what was someone who you very much almost just killed in 1 round. Blood dripping out of every orifice. Standing in front of you with all the confidence in the fucking world. You see Emil Acheron.
I think
Mid-toned silver skin, deep blue eyes, pitch black hair that is smoothed back, and this red feather that was poking out of this hat. You now see its true form, which is this small red rose that he holds in his hand and crumbles, making direct eye contact with you. This rose transforms from a rose into this long, intricate, delicate weapon with the tip of the rapier stained red. The handle looks like vines that come and collapse, that come and are clasped around by a leather-gloved hand. Emil, on his held action, takes a step back from you, Riva, and just kind of looks up at you, Tenant, with this shit-eating smirk on their face. You watch as he opens his arms wide and looks up at the sky and begins to just like summon some sort of magical energy within them. Heals all of the damage that you just did. Looks stronger, more buff, more prepared than he was before, and begins climbing the wall to get to you on the roof. And that
Oh no!
is where we're going to end our episode. We will be back next week.
God damn it, I thought I had this.
Same time, same place. We will see you then. Until next time, caw-caw. Goodbye.